Welcome back to Savage Harry. I am so glad you're here, because today's story is a wild one. Harry Potter activates domain expansion in Hogwarts. If you enjoy these long-form what-if adventures, please hit that subscribe button and smash the like. It genuinely helps the channel keep crossing worlds like this. Grab a cup of tea, settle in, and let's begin. Chapter 1. The cold that should not be the corridor on the 4th floor had gone wrong, and Harry Potter did not know the word for it yet. He stood with his back pressed to the cold stone wall, one hand on his wand, the other flat against the wainscot as if the castle itself might steady him. Torches burned in their brackets, and yet the flames threw no warmth, only a thin, queasy light that flickered like something was breathing on them from the other side of the air. His breath came out white. It shouldn't have. Hogwarts had never in 5 years been a place where breath went white indoors. Harry, Hermione's voice, very small, very far away, although she was only 3 paces behind him. "I'm fine," he said, because it was what he said now, automatically, the way other people said good morning. "Just hold on." There was something at the other end of the corridor. He could not see it. There was nothing to see. The corridor ended in a window full of night, and between Harry and the window there was only air, flickering torchlight, a suit of armor that hadn't moved in 6 centuries, a tapestry of a boar hunt that hadn't moved in 4. And yet the nothing, somewhere in the middle of the corridor, was looking at him. It was a horrible, specific kind of looked at, not like being watched by a portrait, not even like being watched by Professor Snape. It was the looked at of a fly that has landed on a plate and felt too late the shadow of a hand. "Harry, why are we stopped?" Ron whispered. He hadn't drawn his wand. He was holding a half-eaten pumpkin pasty. "Is it Filch?" "SHH." The torches guttered. All of them at once. And in the interval of blackness Harry saw, was sure he saw, the way you are sure of things in dreams, a small shape crouched in the middle of the corridor with its head on backwards. Then the torches came up again and it was gone. "Run," Harry said. "Run where?" "Run now, back the way we came." Ron ran because Ron could always be trusted to run on an instruction, and Hermione ran because she was still looking at Harry's face, which had gone the color of old parchment. Harry ran last, and he ran sideways, one shoulder scraping the wall, his wand up in that stupid dueling stance Professor Lupin had drilled into him 2 years ago. And the whole time he had the feeling, the absolute, unarguable feeling, that the thing in the corridor had not been chasing them because it did not need to. It knew where they were going. They came out into the main stair and the castle suddenly made sense again. Warm torches. The distant nattering of the fat friar on the floor below. A staircase swung lazily away beneath their feet and Hermione clutched the banister and said, "Oh, thank Merlin." In the same voice a drowning woman might say, "Oh, thank Merlin," about a life jacket. "What," said Ron, "was that?" "Didn't see anything," said Hermione instantly, too instantly. "There was a draft, Hermione. There was a draft." Ronald and Harry got spooked and we ran for absolutely no. "Hermione, you were white as a sheet, whiter. You looked like a sheet that had seen another sheet and been traumatized by it." "I was cold." "You were terrified." "Stop," said Harry. They stopped. Harry put one hand on the banister and bent forward with his palms on his knees, feeling his heart hammer back down out of his throat and into his chest where it belonged. Something was very, very wrong in this castle, and he did not think it was Voldemort, and he did not think it was Umbridge. Those were familiar wrongnesses. He knew their edges. What he had felt in the corridor had edges that did not match any shape in his head. "It wasn't a draft," he said when he could speak. Hermione opened her mouth and closed it. "I know," she said eventually, very quietly. "I know it wasn't." Ron looked from one of them to the other. "Well," he said, with the tone of a man who has decided to go along with the people around him being mad because it is easier than the alternative. "Lovely. Lovely. So what was it?" "A ghost." "Ghosts don't make the torches go out," said Hermione. Peeves doesn't make torches go out like that. That was like a candle you've pinched between your fingers, all of them, at the same moment." Right, said Ron, right, so not a ghost, something else. Lovely, brilliant, top of the school year, great. Harry, I'm going to bed, Harry said. Harry, you can't just, I'm going to bed, Ron, and tomorrow I'm going to pretend I didn't see it and so are you. Why? Harry looked at him. The torchlight in the stairwell was normal again, warm and yellow and harmless, and Ron's freckles stood out against skin that had gone the color of cold porridge. Because Umbridge, said Harry, would love to know. It was a perfectly good answer. It was also not the real one. The real answer was that he did not want to say out loud in any sentence what he had seen in that corridor because he had a feeling, nothing he could name, nothing he could defend, that to say it out loud would be like telling it his address. They went up to the tower in silence. Hermione put her hand into his for a moment at the portrait hole and squeezed and then let go, as if she were making sure he was still warm. The dormitory was warm. Neville was already asleep and snoring peaceably. Dean was hunched over a letter by Wandlight. Seamus was doing absolutely nothing but lying on his back and staring at the canopy, which he did a great deal these days since he and Harry had stopped speaking. Harry drew the curtains of his four-poster, set his wand under the pillow, and lay with his arms crossed over his ribs and his eyes open. He could still feel it. Not the thing itself, not the gaze. That had stopped when they'd turned the corner, sharp as a door closing. What he could feel was himself. Something under his skin was warm in a way he didn't like. Not feverish. Not even unpleasant exactly. It was the kind of warmth you feel in your hand when you've been holding something hot and then set it down, an afterglow, a memory of heat, only it was in his sternum and it pulsed. He pressed his palm flat against the bone. Through the cotton of his shirt he could feel his heart hammering, but under the heart, there was another pulse, slower. It moved along his ribs like a small animal pacing a cage. He closed his eyes. The warmth did not go away. If anything, when he stopped trying to ignore it, it thickened. He could feel it at his temples now, in the soles of his feet, like a second bloodstream laid over the first, tidally off-beat. For a mad second he thought of the scar on his forehead and almost laughed because this was not the scar. The scar was a cold, cold thing when it spoke at all. This was warm and it was his. He opened his eyes again. The four-poster canopy was just the four-poster canopy. The warmth dialed down, slow as a turned-down lamp, and settled somewhere between his lungs. "I'm tired," Harry told the ceiling as if reasoning with it. "That's all I am. I'm tired." The ceiling did not argue. Eventually, he slept. Professor Umbridge in the morning was wearing a new cardigan. It was the color of Pepto-Bismol and it had small bows down the front, and she had paired it with a pink hairband that sat on her gray curls like a polite, violent insect. "Good morning, children." "Good morning, Professor Umbridge," chanted the class in the way of children who had learnt over a term that not chanting took more energy than chanting. "Wands away, please." No one sighed anymore. Sighing, too, was a currency that had been inflated into uselessness. Harry put his wand away. Under the desk, his hand closed around the edge of his robes, and he realized with a dry little jolt that he was sweating. It was not warm in the classroom. It was almost cold. Umbridge had not had the fires lit because fires, she felt, encouraged laziness. Hermione next to him was wearing her scarf indoors. Ron's ears were pink with chill, and yet Harry's hands were damp, warm in his sternum under his shirt. "Today we will continue with Chapter 5, said Umbridge brightly, "a most illuminating chapter. Would anyone care to tell me?" "Yes, Miss Granger." "Professor, we've read Chapter 5. "Then you shall read it again, dear, and pay closer attention this time." "Professor, we've read Chapter 5 4 times. "Then this will be the 5th. Practice, Miss Granger, is the cradle of comprehension." She showed her teeth. It was a shape her mouth occasionally made. It was not strictly a smile. "Now page 62, silent reading if you please." They read in silence. Harry tried. He looked at the page and the page said, In the theory of self-defense, the prudent wizard must first understand that threats, so-called, are very frequently the product of an overactive imagination, fueled by the sensationalist press, and he read the same sentence 4 times. The warmth under his sternum throbbed in time with something he couldn't hear. His left hand itched. When he looked down at it, the skin across the back of his knuckles, the place that had said, "I must not tell lies," was twitching. Not the scar, the muscle under the scar. Small jumps like a frog under a sheet. Somewhere very close by, something said his name, not with a voice, not with words. It was the feeling that his name had been said, as if a letter addressed to him had just been pushed across a dark room. He looked up. Umbridge was staring down at her register. Hermione was reading. Ron was staring, glassy-eyed, at page 62 like a man who had died on page 61. Lavender Brown was drawing a heart on her parchment. No one was looking at Harry. Something was. He raised his hand. "Yes, Mr. Potter, can I?" he coughed. The cough came out hoarse as if he'd been outside in cold for hours. "May I use the—" "In your own time, Mr. Potter." "Thank you, Professor." He grabbed his bag and left, and Umbridge's eyes tracked him all the way to the door, and the warmth under his sternum squirmed like a cat in a sack. The corridor outside the defense classroom was empty. The torches in their brackets burned warmly. Normal. Everything was normal. Everything was. Harry leaned against the wall and bent forward and breathed out, slow and shaky. Above him, a painting of a plump Franciscan monk gave him a compassionate look and offered a sherbet lemon out of a painted jar. "Trying times, child," said the monk. "Trying times." "Thanks," Harry said weakly. He walked, with no particular destination, and after a minute he realized his feet had taken him down a short flight of steps and along a passage he hadn't used in months. The little corridor behind the statue of Gregory the Smarmy, which ran along the outer wall and had a window every 15 feet looking out over the lake. In one of those windows, at that moment, a dull gray morning showed the giant squid blowing bubbles in a bored, literary way. Beyond it, the forbidden forest sat in its own fog, black and soft. Harry stopped walking. There was a shape on the edge of the forest. Not in the trees. On the lawn, maybe 10 feet from the tree line, crouched like a small dog or a very thin child. He pressed his forehead against the glass, which was cold enough to hurt, and squinted. The shape did not move. It was perfectly still in a way that living things weren't, not even creatures which were good at being still. There was no breathing in it, no tiny tremor. It was looking at the castle, more specifically at this window. At him. The warmth under his sternum, only it had stopped being warmth now. It had turned into a low, ringing pressure like a plucked string, stood up straight in his body and leaned forward. It leaned towards the shape on the lawn the way a dog leans towards a thrown stick. "No," Harry whispered aloud. "Stay." He did not know who he was talking to. The shape on the lawn stood up. It did this in one single jerk, as if someone had tugged it upwards by the top of its skull on a string. It stood, Harry thought, about 4 feet tall. It had too many joints in its arms. Where its face should have been, there was only an unevenness, a sketched-in idea of a face, like something a careless god had meant to come back to. It tilted what there was of a head as though considering him. Then it was gone, not ran, not apparated. It stepped backwards in a particular way, 1 step, and was not there. The grass where it had stood was a little flattened. Harry stood at the window for a long time after that. The pressure under his sternum rang and slowly died down. When it was finally gone, he realized his hands were shaking so hard he could not have held a wand if he wanted to. He went back to class. He told Umbridge he had been sick. She wrote a note in her book, and he knew it had nothing to do with sickness. "Harry," said Hermione at lunch, "you are going to tell me what you saw." "No, I'm not." "Harry, Hermione." He set down his fork. "If I tell you, you will look it up. If you look it up, you will find it in a book. If it's in a book, it'll be in the restricted section, and you'll want me to come with you because you've never been in the restricted section without me, and I will not go anywhere in this castle after dark right now, and neither should you. So Hermione looked at him with her mouth slightly open. Ron, chewing steadily, said, "Mate, that was a speech." "I'm very tired," said Harry. "Well, but—" Hermione was doing the little cross-eyed thing where her brain had latched on and would not release. "Harry, something is happening. You can feel me thinking it. Something is happening, and you're warmer than you should be." "Warmer," Ron said. "When I hugged him last night at the portrait hole, he was warmer. It was like hugging a radiator through a jumper. Harry, something is wrong with you, and I am going to look in a book whether you like it or not." Harry put his face in his hands. "Fine," he said through his palms, "but not tonight and not the restricted section. Fine, and nothing with teeth. Fine, and you don't tell Ron what you find until I've decided if I want him to know." "Oi," said Ron. "Sorry, mate, strategic." "Strategic," said Ron and took another bite of pie. "I'll have you know I am a very strategic person." "I know," said Harry. "That's why I'm keeping you out of it." He found Luna in the owlery, which he had not expected. She was standing on her toes, reaching up into the rafters, and her fair hair was full of feathers. "Hello, Harry," she said without turning around. "Have you come to use an owl?" Hi, Luna." "Hello, Harry. Is there a reason you're—" "Oh, there's a crumple-horned snorkack nest up here. Only it isn't really, but I like to check." She lowered herself back down onto flat feet and looked at him. Her eyes, as always, made him feel as if he had been thought about carefully by someone from a great distance away. "You look unwell." "Yeah. Is your scar hurting?" That's." He rubbed his sternum instinctively and then noticed he'd done it and lowered his hand. Something else." "Luna, listen." "Yes. This is going to sound mental." "Most true things do," Luna said kindly. "Have you today or recently have you had the feeling that something was, I don't know, watching you, not a person, not a ghost, something else, something, he cast about for the word. "Wrong." Luna considered him for a long, unhurried moment. An owl hooted somewhere up in the rafters. A feather drifted down between them and landed on the toe of Harry's shoe. "Yes," she said. "In the greenhouses, yesterday afternoon." Harry's stomach did something sickening and small. "It was watching me through the glass," Luna said conversationally. "I thought at first it was a niffler. There's been a niffler about, but nifflers don't feel cold, and this did. I could feel how cold it was through the glass. Like when you put your hand on the outside of a window in November, only it was on the inside of the window looking in." "Did you tell anyone?" "Professor Sprout. She said I'd been out in the sun too long." "It was raining," Luna added thoughtfully, "so I didn't press the point." "Luna," said Harry, "I need you to be careful." "I'm always careful. Careful in a different way. Don't go anywhere alone after dark. If you feel it again, don't look for it. Run, or don't run. I don't know what the right thing is, just go where there's other people." "All right, promise me." "All right, Harry." She said it with a simplicity that was almost devastating. He remembered with a sudden lurch the moment in the ministry last year when she'd said she'd come with him because she thought things were better when he was near. She had been 9/10 moonlight and 1/10 knives then. She was the same now. "Harry," she said as he turned to go, "are you all right?" He laughed. It came out without humor. "All right," she nodded, satisfied. "I don't like it when people pretend." He walked back down the tower stairs, and the warmth under his sternum followed him like a dog he did not remember adopting. That night, because he was a Gryffindor and because he was an idiot, Harry took his father's cloak and went down to the edge of the forbidden forest alone. He didn't go far in. He walked the tree line, with the lawn to his left and the lake black and still beyond it, and he held his wand low and he did not light it, and his breath went white again in the cold that should not have been cold. September in the Highlands was chilly. It was not this. The grass under his boots crunched as if frost had come down early. The stars were clean and bright. Nothing moved. He walked until he came, by what he thought was coincidence and now wasn't sure of, to the place he had seen the shape from the window. The grass was still flattened there, not much, enough to be seen. He crouched and put his palm against the flat place, and he pulled his hand back. Cold, not night grass cold. Cold the way a mirror is cold when you walk past it in winter. Cold without air in it. His palm tingled. It did not feel good. The warmth in his sternum stepped forward and met the cold in his palm, and for a moment Harry saw, very clearly, very briefly, like an image in a snuffed candle, a face without edges, a child-sized body bent at unkind angles, a mouth, only the mouth was a seam, a zipper halfway to pulling open. He jerked backwards. He landed on his bum in the grass. The cloak slid off his shoulders and pooled around his knees, and he scrabbled for his wand in a panic that was pure animal. And then from the trees somebody screamed. It was a short scream. High, cut off. Luna, he knew it. He could not have said how. A scream is a scream, he thought later, with enormous sick clarity. A scream is a sound made by any throat in any mouth, but he knew. He was up and running before he heard the second scream, which was shorter still. The forest was black, and it was cold, and it was wrong. The trees all leaned the same direction, as if something enormous had passed between them and pushed them. The warmth under his sternum was hammering now, and Harry realized as he ran that it was not separate from him, not a thing inside him, but a part of him, a muscle he had been born with that he had somehow, stupidly, never used, and it wanted to come out. He didn't know how to let it. He ran anyway. He found her in a small clearing 40 yards in. She was on her back. Her wand was on the ground 3 feet from her hand. Above her crouched the thing. It was the thing from the lawn, 4 feet high, too many joints. Its mouth seam was open now, and it was not a mouth. It was a slit of darker dark in the dark of the face that wasn't, and from that slit came a sound like a bag of marbles being slowly poured. "Oi," Harry said. He didn't know he was going to say it. "Oi, over here." The thing turned its knot head. He had its attention. Lovely, brilliant, top of the school year, great. "Stupefy," he said. The red jet left his wand and hit the thing squarely in the chest and went through. Not through in the sense of passing through a ghost. Through in the sense of vanishing. The spell entered where the thing's chest was and did not come out the other side. It was eaten. The thing moved. It did not walk. One moment it was over Luna. The next it was 3 yards from Harry, crouched low, head tilted, seam mouth a finger's width wider. There had been no motion between those two positions. The air was colder. The warmth under Harry's sternum was howling. Expelliarmus. Eaten. Reducto. Eaten. Harry backed up. A tree root caught his heel. He fell. His wand went sideways. The thing came forward slowly now, slowly enough to savor it, and opened its seam mouth a little wider, and Harry, flat on his back in the cold, cold grass, did the only thing he could think of. He pushed. Not with his hand, not with his wand. With the thing in his sternum, the warmth, the second bloodstream, the ringing string, he pushed, as hard as he could, as if the thing under his ribs were a shoulder and the thing coming towards him were a door. The warmth tore out of him like vomit. It was not light. It was not color. He saw it anyway, a ragged bloom of something gold and orange, something with the smell of a struck match and the noise of a muffled bell, and it hit the crouched thing in the center of its non-chest and did not go in. It splashed across it. For half a second the thing was outlined in a thin gold skin, like wire edge on a cloud. Its seam mouth opened all the way, and its sound, the marbles, rose into a shriek. Then the gold went through. It did not pass in. It lit up as if someone had struck a match inside it, and the match caught, and the thing burned from the inside out in a neat, small, silent rush and was gone. There was no body. There was no ash. There was a patch of flattened, frost-black grass, and there was Harry Potter on his back in the dirt with his hair damp and his sternum emptied out and his whole body shaking so hard he could not sit up. "Harry," said Luna, very far away. He turned his head. She was sitting up slowly, one hand at her throat. There was a bruise across it already, the shape of small fingers. Her pale hair was silver in the starlight. She looked, he thought, surprised. "Harry," she said again, "what did you just do?" "I don't know," said Harry. "He meant it." "Oh," said Luna. She climbed to her feet. She wobbled. He got up to help her and she caught his elbow, and the warmth, what was left of it, flickered between them and his ribs like a candle someone had almost pinched out and then decided to spare. "I think," she said, "that was something new." "I think so too." "Harry, yeah, it came from inside you." "Yeah." Luna nodded, as if agreeing with a proposition about tea. "Well," she said, "that's interesting, isn't it?" They walked back to the castle with their arms around each other's shoulders, pretending to each other and to themselves that this was for warmth. Luna would not go to the hospital wing. "It'll scar," she said, "but I've had worse. And Madame Pomfrey will tell Professor Umbridge, and Professor Umbridge will tell the minister, and then I shall be interesting to people, and I don't want to be interesting just now." "You are, though," said Harry without thinking. "Am I?" she considered. "Thank you, Harry, I didn't mean in that sense." They parted at the stairs up to Ravenclaw. Luna kissed him briefly on the cheek with the cold little mouth of a child saying goodbye at a station. Her lips brushed him, and a little curl of the warmth went between them, quiet and settled. She stepped back. "That," she said, "feels lovely." Not like that, don't look like that." She smiled at him in the dim corridor. "Like a warm stone in a cold pocket. Good night, Harry." "Good night, Luna." He did not sleep that night. He lay with his hands crossed over his sternum, and he felt carefully the place where the warmth had come from, and he understood for the first time that it had not been put there recently. It had been there all along. What had come recently was only the ability to feel it. And whatever had happened to him in that clearing, whatever he had done, the thing had not simply died. He could still taste it, like a coin in the back of his mouth. Metallic, faintly alive. Whatever was in the castle, whatever had come through, he was, in some tiny and specific way, made of the same stuff. He thought about this until the dawn came. At breakfast, the great hall was loud the way it always was, but it felt muffled. Harry sat with his hands around his mug of tea and did not look up when the owls came in. He felt Hermione watching him. He felt Ron not watching him because Ron had the tact of a brick sometimes and the love of a saint to go with it, and had decided this was not a morning to press. An owl dropped the Daily Prophet in front of Hermione. She unrolled it. She froze. "Harry," she said. He looked up. She turned the paper around and pushed it across to him. Below the fold, above a grainy photograph of the leaky cauldron at night with a crowd outside it, the headline read, "Second mysterious heart stoppage, INDIAGON Alley Ministry cites cardiac event, LOCALS say otherwise, read it," Hermione said. He read it. The paper's tone was of studied bafflement. A man had been found dead outside Madame Malkin's, slumped against a dustbin. No sign of a curse, no sign of struggle. The Aurors reported that his wand had been in his pocket, unused. His face, witnesses said, had looked peaceful except for his eyes, which had looked afraid. A woman in Nocturne had apparently been found the same way 2 days before. Both bodies had been warm to the touch when found. Both had, in the words of a bystander who had been asked to describe what the atmosphere in the area had felt like when he discovered the first body, smelled of nothing, which was wrong because Nocturne smelled of a great many things always. Harry lowered the paper. "Heart stoppage," he said flatly. "It's not heart stoppage," said Hermione. "I know it's not heart stoppage." "It's them," she said very quietly. "Whatever it was last night, whatever you saw, there isn't one of them. There are more." Across the hall, at the high table, Dolores Umbridge was stirring her tea with small, neat, pleased movements, as if she knew a secret and was deciding, a sip at a time, which parts of it to share. She looked up, as if she had felt Harry looking, and smiled at him. The warmth under Harry's sternum lit up like a bell. Not at her. At something behind her. Something that, for the briefest moment in the long mirror above the high table, he almost saw reflected. Standing just behind her left shoulder, tall, crouched a little head tilted, featureless. And then the owls came in and the light shifted and the reflection was gone and Dolor's Umbridge was only a pink, plump, smiling woman at a table. "Hermione," Harry said. "Yes. We are in so much trouble." "Yes," said Hermione and refolded the Daily Prophet carefully as if it might yet bite. The library had the smell of old paper and older grief, and Hermione had colonized a table in its remotest corner with the efficiency of a small general digging in for winter. "Nothing," she said when Harry set his bag down opposite her. "Nothing, nothing, 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 and nothing. Quieter, Hermione. There's no one here. There's always someone here." Harry nodded at a shelf 20 feet away where a fifth-year Ravenclaw was making a studied business of not listening. "This is what we want, keep it low." "Fine," she lowered her voice. "But Harry, it's not just that I can't find it in the obvious places. I can't find it anywhere. Dark creatures, obscure hexes, foreign dark arts, Russian necromancies, Uagadu monographs, anything I can read without going to the restricted section. There is nothing in any text in this library about a creature or a spell that eats spellfire, not deflects, not absorbs with a deliberate counter, eats, the way you said it, like the spell never existed. You've had a busy morning." "It's lunchtime, Harry, I know." She gave him the look she gave him when he was being deliberately, tactically thick. It was a look he had become very practiced in receiving. He took a chair, sat, and put his elbows on the table so his face was close to hers. "Hermione," he said, "there was something else. There always is with you. Last night, He rubbed his chest without meaning to and saw her eyes dip to the movement and lock on. He dropped his hand. "I did something. To it. Go on," he told her. Everything he could put into words, which was not much, the pushing, the tear, the gold bloom, the way the thing had burned from the inside, and when he was done she looked at him for a long, quiet moment and then laid her palms flat on the table, one to either side of her book, as if bracing it. "That," she said, "is not magic. I know. You didn't cast a spell. I know. There was no wand." "There was. My wand was on the ground when it happened. There was no incantation. Number Harry." "I know, Hermione." She sat back. Her face had gone very still in the way it did when her mind was running ahead of her mouth and leaving tire tracks. "There is," she said carefully, "a kind of power. Old stories, accidental magic, but you're past that age. Wandless magic, but wandless magic still uses magic. What you're describing is a different wellspring altogether, a different system. Magic is a system, Harry. There are rules. It has grammar. You're describing something that doesn't have the grammar." "Wonderful." "Which means either you've invented something which is, with all love, unlikely, thanks, or you've found a door. And doors, Harry, go both ways. If you can step through, so can." "I know," he breathed out. "I worked that out, yeah." A silence. Hermione's eyes went by degrees to the window at the end of the stack. Gray daylight, rain streaking the glass. She took in a small breath and held it. "We need Sirius," she said. "I know." They waited until midnight. The common room emptied floor by floor the way it did the first years, then the second, the gossip clot of fifth-year girls around the sofa breaking up at 11, Lavender and Parvati last, whispering. Ron had fallen asleep in the armchair with a Quidditch magazine over his face. Hermione prodded him and he made a small annoyed sound and went on snoring. "Leave him," said Harry. "He'll be cross. He'll be alive." They knelt in front of the fire. Hermione had the flu powder Sirius had sent in a tin labeled ginger newts to throw off any inspection, and she threw a pinch into the flames. They turned green. "Padfoot," Harry said into the fire, low. For a long moment there was nothing but the pop and hiss of green flame. Then slowly Sirius's head resolved itself in the embers. His hair was longer. His cheeks were thinner. His eyes had the dangerous smiling look they always had, except for a small flat thing in the middle of them that was new since last year. "All right, Prongslet." "Not really, what's happened?" Harry told him. It came out faster and worse than it had come out to Hermione, maybe because the fire was small, maybe because Sirius was the only adult he knew who would not try first to decide whether he was allowed to know things. By the time Harry had finished, Sirius was no longer smiling at all. "Harry," he said, "I want you to listen to me." "Okay." Last summer, just before Moody's team got Rookwood out, Kingsley came back from a ministry briefing he shouldn't have been in. He was shaken. "Kingsley, Harry." "Shaken? What briefing?" "Something out of Japan," he said. The Department of International Magical Cooperation had sent a man to Tokyo, and he'd come back with a stack of parchment a foot high and a face like bad news, and no one was allowed to speak of it on pain of I don't know. Their job, their life, something. Kingsley said the word curse. Then he said it wasn't curse the way we use the word. I didn't ask, I should have asked. "Japan," said Hermione. Her voice was very small. "Japan has had its own system a long time ago. Before any of us were born. The old families over there fought things we don't fight. The international statute tried to merge it with the rest, which didn't take. Nobody's heard much out of them in 60 years. But they're still there. They're still there, and if Kingsley was shaken, then things have started moving." Sirius's face in the fire did a tight, unhappy thing. "Harry, you need to tell Dumbledore." "Sirius, I know about you and him this year. Tell him anyway. He isn't here, he hasn't been here for weeks. He'll come back. He won't look at me when he comes back." Sirius closed his eyes just for a second. When he opened them, they were the old Sirius eyes, the ones that had smashed a mug against the kitchen wall at Grimmauld last summer and then laughed and cleaned it up with his wand. "Then do this," he said. "Promise me." "What?" "If it comes at you again, and it will, Harry, that class of thing does not leave, don't fight it with your wand. Don't. Your wand is, look, Kingsley said one thing else I remember. He said the man in Japan told him the only thing that wounds what he was dealing with is what it is made of. Magic doesn't touch them. Only their own kind of whatever touches them. If what you did last night is what I think it is, you have an edge. Use it, you mean. Don't be a hero with a wand, be yourself." Whatever yourself is now. Hermione beside Harry was white-knuckled. Harry found to his mild astonishment that his own hands were steady. "All right," he said. "And Harry, yeah, be careful of anyone who comes looking for you." "What do you mean?" "If Kingsley heard about Japan, other people heard about Japan. And if a thing has come here, people will come after it. Some of them will want to help. Some of them will want to study. Some of them, Harry, please listen, some of them will want to use you." "Why me?" Sirius looked at him for a long second. His hair moved a little in the updraft of the flame. "Because you're Harry," he said, very gently. "Because if it answers you, it'll answer others, and some of them will want it to answer them." The fire guttered. Sirius's face wavered. "I have to go. Regulus's bloody portrait, Harry. Yeah. I love you, kid." "I know, love you too, Sirius." The fire snapped back to ordinary orange. Hermione sat back on her heels and put her hands over her face and breathed out, slow and shaky, into her palms. "Harry," she said through her fingers, "I am so tired of being 16. Yeah, I want a year that's just school." "Me too. We are not going to get it, are we?" They did not speak for a while. Ron's small, regular snoring was the only sound in the common room. Rain tapped the tower window. Somewhere up in the dormitory, Crookshanks padded across a floor. Harry felt, under his sternum, the warmth pulsing slow and calm, as if an animal had settled down to sleep there. "Hermione," he said eventually, "I don't know what I am." She took her hands down. Her eyes were red-rimmed, but her mouth was the straight, determined line he knew. "You," she said, "are my best friend and Ron's best friend and Sirius's godson and Luna's, whatever you are to Luna, and a Potter and a Gryffindor and a Pratt and a hero, and my least favorite person in the world when you are being secretive, which is often, and that is what you are. What else you are, what new thing, we will find out together, and we will read about it, and we will make notes, and we will make a plan. And if we die, Harry, we will die in the middle of an organized folder with cross-references." "God," said Harry, "I mean it." "I know, that's why I said God." She almost smiled. He almost smiled back. Outside the window, rain went on falling, and somewhere he could feel it now in the quiet way he had begun to feel things. Somewhere in the grounds, another little cold place opened up in the dark and then closed again like an eye that had blinked. "Bed," he said. "Bed." They climbed the stairs in opposite directions. Harry lay in his four-poster with the curtains drawn and listened to the warmth under his heart, and just before sleep he said, quietly, almost a question, "All right, then." The warmth did not answer, but it pulsed once as if it had heard. Far below the castle, in a room that was not on any map the students had, Dolores Umbridge finished her tea. She set the cup down with a tiny clink onto its saucer and looked across the desk at the small, pleased, perfectly square little book in which she wrote her thoughts at the end of each day. "There's a new variable," she told the book in her sing-song. "Potter has a new variable and he does not know what it is, and he is keeping it a secret. Oh dear, oh dear, dear, dear." She picked up her quill. She dipped it. A small drop of something red gathered at the nib. It was not ink. It was not strictly blood. It was a little of both and a little of something else that had been standing in the castle now for 3 weeks and had, in the corners, begun to thicken. She dipped again. She wrote, "New variable, Potter, confirm by Friday. If confirmed, advise the minister. If not advisable to the minister, consult the other source." She underlined the phrase "the other source" twice. The nib scratched. The torchlight in her little office guttered as the nib moved, as if the torch did not like being in the same room as what she was writing with, and had begun to look for excuses to go out. At her shoulder, where nothing should have been, a shape leaned down and read over her writing, and silent as a cat approved. She did not see it. She only smiled, which was the small, tight, private smile she had been smiling since she was 8 years old, and made her next note. "Potter," she wrote, "is going to be such an interesting boy this year." Chapter 1 end. Chapter 2. Eastern wind. He arrived on a Thursday in the rain, and nobody could agree later on whether he had come through the gates or over the wall. What was agreed was this. At 11 o'clock in the morning in Transfiguration, McGonagall was mid-sentence when the door opened without a knock, and a tall man in a long black coat stepped inside, shook rain out of his hair, and smiled at her. "Forgive me, Professor," he said. "I was told to find you." The accent was soft. The syllables landed slightly shorter than English syllables normally landed, like stones skipped carefully across still water. He was perhaps 30. He looked, Harry thought at first, like an ordinary tall man in an ordinary traveling coat, until Harry noticed the eyes, which were not. They were the blue of a very cold sky. They took the room in at a glance, shelf by shelf and pupil by pupil, the way a reader skims a table of contents, and when they stopped on Harry they stopped the way a finger stops on the page of a book when it has found its word. "Mr. Maury," said McGonagall, "Cayenne please, or Maury-san if you insist, but not Mr. Mr. is for uncles." "Mr. Maury," said McGonagall firmly, "my class is in session." "So it is." Then, a moment. He stepped further in. The door closed behind him of its own accord. He did not appear to have touched it. "I promise I shall not take your time. I only wanted to see a face." His eyes stayed on Harry. They were not unfriendly, nor were they friendly. They were interested. That was all. Interested in the particular unsmiling professional way that Madame Pomfrey was interested when you limped into the hospital wing. "And now I have. Forgive me, Mr. Potter. I will speak with you another time, Professor, at your convenience." He bowed to McGonagall, neatly, not deeply, like a man used to the gesture being worth more than its depth. And then he turned and left, the door closing again behind him. For perhaps 3 seconds the only sound in the classroom was the distant rasp of rain on the windows. Then Seamus Finnegan said, "Who in the name of Merlin's pants was that?" "Mr. Finnegan." "Sorry, Professor." McGonagall closed her mouth around whatever she had been going to say. She took a long, slow breath in through her nose. Then, With the careful, brittle dignity of a Scotswoman who has decided that a thing will be dealt with later and not now, she returned to the blackboard. "The vanishing charm," she said, "as applied to living matter of non-magical origin, Mr. Finnegan, I said living matter, put down that mouse, is of a different class, structurally, from the charm as applied to inanimate." Harry did not hear the rest. The warmth under his sternum had uncurled and was looking at the door the man had closed behind him. It had the alert, ready attentiveness of a dog that had heard its name. Harry wrote in the margin of his transfiguration notes, in letters that came out shakier than he meant. He saw it too. Hermione, from the next desk, read it, and her eyes, without her head moving, flicked to the door. She nodded once. Very small. At break there was a notice pinned to the board in the entrance hall, tidily printed, signed by Dumbledore. "Students are advised that a visiting scholar, Mr. Kyan Mori of the Tokyo Magical Academy, will be a guest at the castle for the coming fortnight. Mr. Mori is here in an observational capacity at the request of the International Confederation of Wizards. Students should treat him with the courtesy expected of any adult guest. APWBD." Underneath the notice, in a hand Harry did not at first recognize and then did, the neat, prim, slightly insecty copperplate that had been marking his essays in defense all term, there was a postscript. "All students are furthermore reminded, see Educational Decree 37, that private communication with visiting adults, including Mr. Mori, outside of supervised channels is prohibited and will be punished accordingly. Professor D.J. Umbridge, High Inquisitor." Ron read this, chewing, and said, "She's gone up a decree then. She goes up a decree about once a week. I mean in quality, usually they're cruel, this one's scared." It was the cleverest thing Ron had said all day and possibly all month, and Harry, without quite meaning to, clapped him on the shoulder. "What? Nothing, you're just I like you. I like me too, what I do. She's scared, that's it, that's what this smells like." Hermione was beside them now, reading over Harry's shoulder, and her mouth had drawn up into the tiny pale line of a woman making rules for herself on the fly. "Right," she said. "So, we are not to speak to him." "Number which means," said Hermione, "we are going to speak to him." "Course we are," said Ron. "Tonight." "Tonight," Hermione agreed. "After dinner, he won't be in the dungeons. He'll be in the staff wing or the library." "Harry, if he's the library sort." "He isn't," said Harry. "How do you? He isn't." He didn't know how he knew. He knew. He found Maury in the covered cloister between the greenhouse block and the west tower, which was open to the weather on one side and had always been, for whatever reason, one of Harry's favorite places in the castle. The smell of wet moss and old stone, the rain you could see without getting rained on. Maury was leaning on a stone column, looking out at the gray afternoon with his hands in the pockets of his coat. And when Harry stepped into the cloister, Maury did not turn, only said, at a conversational volume, "Ah, found me." "Not hard," said Harry. "Number it was not." He turned then, pushing off the column, and the cold rainy light did something to his face that was not quite ordinary. It was not a glamour. Harry could tell glamours by now, even weak ones. It was the light. It caught on his cheekbones in a way light did not quite catch on other people's. "Mr. Potter," Maury said. "Harry. Harry, thank you." A slight formal inclination, not a bow. Kyan, you're armed." "I'm a student." "Students don't always carry their wands in the right hand against their thigh like that, with the grip up." Kyan smiled. It was a small, unworried smile, the smile of a man pointing out a small error in a pupil's stance. "I won't hurt you. I'm not particularly good at that sort of thing in any case. He searched for the English phrase, a consultant." "A consultant for what?" Kyan looked at him. The blue eyes did the table of contents thing again. The warmth under Harry's sternum rose up under his skin and watched. "May I see it?" Kyan said. "See what?" "Whatever it was, Harry, that you did on Tuesday night in the clearing 40 yards inside the forest." Harry's stomach dropped. He did not move. "How do you know about Tuesday night?" The thing you killed left a smell. Our kind of smell. He tapped his own chest, low, right under his sternum, exactly where Harry's warmth had lived the last 2 days. I followed it here. I came in through the gates at dawn. It was in a clearing. It had been gone about 36 hours. I stood in its place and smelled what had killed it, and followed that smell all the way across the grounds and up 6 flights of stairs to Gryffindor Tower. And I stood outside your common room for 3 minutes yesterday evening thinking what to do. And then I went and got a cup of tea. And this morning I introduced myself to your transfiguration teacher, because it is what polite people do. I did not come in through Professor Umbridge's office, Harry. She will be displeased. I am doing my best to be polite enough that her displeasure is not immediate. Harry breathed. It came out unsteady. Cyan, he said, yes. I don't know what I did. I know. So how are you going to? I am not going to do anything to you. I am going to talk to you. At a certain point I will ask you a question and you will answer or you will not. I am extremely bad, by the way, at forcing answers and also at lying, so you may trust these things I say. He pushed his hands back into his coat pockets. Is this an acceptable way to begin? Yes. Good. He did not, for a while, say anything else. He looked out at the rain. Harry stood 3 paces from him, wand still gripped against his thigh, heart doing a strange, slow thing under its blanket of warmth. Eventually, Cyan said, do you know the word jujutsu? I know the martial art. That is the sound, not the word. The word is older. It means, roughly, the technique of gentleness. In my country it has come to mean the technique of cursed things. Of the, how would you say it, the unwanted energy that people make when they fear and hate and despair and do not release the making of it. This energy does not die. It gathers. It becomes other things. Some of these other things are creatures. Some are very small, barely alive at all. Some are very large. The one you killed was, by our grading, a weak one, grade 3. A cursed spirit in the shape of a child, hungry, not clever, born probably here in the last 6 weeks. Harry said, born here, made here by the people in this castle, or I think more likely by one of them. He did not say the name. He did not need to. Harry felt his own face go tight. Umbridge, he said, not necessarily by her will. Cursed energy does not care about your will. You make it by what you feel. She makes a great deal of fear in this castle, fear and rage and quiet sorrow, and some of it gathers. And some of it gathers around her because gathering things seek out those who are willing to receive them, and she is receiving very well indeed. Do you understand? Barely. Good. Understanding quickly is dangerous. Understanding slowly is stronger. Cyan smiled again, a small, rueful, private smile. A thing my mother used to say. I'm only just starting to believe her. Cyan. Yes, Harry. What did I do in that clearing? A pause. You used the same sort of energy to kill it, Cyan said, that it was made from. In my tradition we would call it cursed energy. We would say you flared. Spontaneously, untrained, without a hand seal, without a technique, without a breath. You pushed it out in a single discharge, and because it was pure, and because you had plenty, and because the creature had only a little, you burned the creature out. Plenty. You have plenty, Harry. I am being polite. Cyan looked at him sidelong, and his pale eyes caught a small flicker of the cloister's rain light. You have, by the standards of our schools, an outrageous amount. More than I had at your age. A great deal more. It is possible I have never stood next to anyone at your age with this much of it at their disposal. Harry opened his mouth. Nothing useful came out. He closed it. This is why I came to your castle, said Cyan. Not to kill the thing you killed. My instinct did not tell me one grade 3 creature had been made. It told me something much stranger had happened. I expected to find the thing, yes. I did not expect to find the thing killed by a student with a flare that felt, how do I describe, like a house fire at a distance after a week. That is what I could smell from Japan, Harry. Do you understand? I could smell this across a sea. That is a lot. Yes. You aren't going to try to take me anywhere. Number, You aren't going to tell your government. Kyan's mouth twitched. My government is of a great many minds about a great many things. I am of one mind only. I will tell them what I want them to know and only what I want them to know. For now, I want them to know nothing. Why? Because, Harry, said Kyan carefully, you did not ask to be this. And because people who are made into things without asking deserve to be taught before they are used. And because I am, in my small and stubborn way, a teacher before I am anything else. Whatever my government will say about that. The rain drummed on the slate above them. Harry felt the warmth under his sternum stretch. It was listening. Kyan, he said, yes. Can you, will you teach me? Kyan did not answer at once. He looked out at the rain. He rolled his shoulders once as if easing an old stiffness, and he exhaled through his nose very slowly. Harry, he said, here is what I think. I think that there is something coming toward this castle, and that will eat everyone in it. I think that by the time Dumbledore knows of it, it will be too late. I think I will not reach the authorities of my own country in time to stop it. I think the only person in this castle strong enough or close enough to the thing's shape to push it back is you, and I think that you do not know how. He turned and looked at him. So yes, I am going to teach you, beginning tonight in a place I hope you know and in which I hope we will not be overheard. Did I hear the phrase room of requirement yesterday in the corridor? I haven't said that out loud in front of you. Kyan spread his hands. The castle says it for you. The castle, Harry said, says things. The castle, Harry, says many things. And now the smile was larger, almost mischievous. I have been here one day and I have already been told a great deal. Your headmaster's castle is a gossip. Did you not know? I'm learning. Tonight at 11 then, the room at the top of the 7th floor. Come alone or come with your friends, I do not mind. They will be useful or not useful, that is not my concern. Bring your wand not because you will need it but because students without wands are questioned. Do you understand? Yes. Then until tonight. He bowed again small. He stepped past Harry. At the arch of the cloister he stopped without turning. Harry, yes. I am sorry. What for? For what I am about to do to your life. He walked away into the rain. He did not put up his hood. He could be lying, said Ron. He could. Like about all of it, about being a teacher, about there being a thing coming, about how he knew. Harry, he could have killed that creature himself to impress you. Hermione stopped mid-stride. They were in the corridor outside the portrait of the fat lady on their way up, and it was dusk, and she had stopped so abruptly that Ron had walked into her elbow. Ow, Ron, that's, she frowned. Actually, that's him. What him? That is actually a sensible idea. I have sensible ideas. I have loads of sensible ideas. Why do you sound so shocked? He could have set the whole thing up, Hermione said slowly, walking again. A low-grade cursed creature. Attacked Luna in a place he knew Harry would reach. Appeared as its defeater once it was dead. Establishes a connection. Establishes trust. Teaches you. Right. But Harry, he couldn't have made you do what you did. No one could have. Whatever you did in that clearing was yours and you didn't do it on purpose. So if he did stage the creature, he did it because he already knew something about you that he couldn't have known just by meeting you. He said he smelled me from Japan. Yes, but he said my chest felt like a house fire at a distance of a week. Hermione made a face. Lovely. Yeah, still. Still what? Still I'm going tonight, Ron sighed. Hermione said nothing for a minute and then, in a small, tight voice, we're coming. Hermione, not to fight, not to interrupt, just to be there. Outside the door, in a corridor. If he's genuine, fine. If he's not, Ron and I are 2 more wands. 3, said Ron. Hermione looked at him. 3. Luna's coming. Why? Because she asked me in the corridor after lunch whether I had any news of the man who turned up in Transfig. Ron shrugged, shoving his hands in his pockets. I told her because she's Luna and she said I should come tonight and I said tonight is for Harry's, Ron. For Harry's thing, and she said I know and I said, oh, for goodness. And she said I think I should come and I said I will ask Harry and here I am, asking Harry. "It's okay," said Harry quietly. "She can come. She was there in the clearing, she's already in it." Hermione exhaled. It came out in a long, tired cloud, which was strange because the corridor was not cold. "This," she said, "is the worst defense club. It's not a club. It's going to become one," said Hermione. At 11 that night they climbed the 7th floor, 4 of them under Harry's father's cloak. Ron and Hermione pressed close on either side. Luna had said cheerfully that she preferred to walk beside him, as cloaks were stuffy, and then proceeded, visible as a lamp post, along the corridor in her nightgown and a dressing gown and a pair of long stripy socks, humming a tune Harry did not recognize. They tried twice to put her under the cloak. She declined. At the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy they waited. Harry walked back and forth 3 times, thinking, "I need a room to learn cursed energy in, I need a room to learn cursed energy in, I need a room to learn cursed energy in," and on the 3rd pass a door resolved in the wall, a plain dark door with a plain dark knob, and Hermione pushed it open. The room inside was bare. There was no equipment, no books, no mats, no targets. It was a big empty square of polished dark wood, with a low wooden bench against one wall and a window that showed only white. The ceiling was high. There were no sconces. Light came from nowhere in particular. Kyan was sitting on the bench. He was in plain dark clothes now. His coat was folded beside him. "Ah," he said, "more of you than I had hoped. Come in, all of you. Close the door." Luna stepped across the threshold and looked around, delighted. "Oh, this is a lovely room. Did you ask for it?" "I did. So empty." "That Miss Lovegood, that is on purpose." Kyan stood up. He did so the way he did everything else, in one unhurried motion, as if the air had briefly raised him to his feet as a favor. He walked to the center of the room. He lifted his hand, and the warmth under Harry's sternum, without his permission, without any movement on his part at all, stood up in his body like a dog hearing its master. Kyan smiled faintly. "You felt that?" "Yeah. Good, that is your first lesson. You cannot pretend it is not there once it has been named. From now on, every time another user of this power comes within 50 meters of you, you will know. You cannot unlearn it. I'm sorry." A slight pause. "I'm also not sorry because it may save your life." "What was that?" Ron said. "That," said Kyan, "was me, how would you say, opening my valve. Your cursed energy is a fluid. Magic, as you do it, is a tool. You pick it up and you put it down. Cursed energy is always there. Always, in all of us, a trickle. In most adults in most countries at most times, a trickle so small they will go their whole lives without noticing. In some of us, a river. And for a river, the question is not how to make it, but how to open and close the valve, how to direct the flow, how to not drown in your own ordinary anger." He looked at Harry. "Harry, valve closed, try." "I don't." "Try anyway." Harry tried. He had no idea what he was doing. He did something, reached inwards, clenched a muscle he did not have. Kyan's smile thinned. "You closed a muscle. You did not close your valve. Your river is still running at the edges. Watch." He held out his hand, palm up. On his palm, for a heartbeat, a small pale coil of something wound. It was not light, it was not smoke. It was a knot color with edges. It flicked once and was gone. "That was your leak, Harry. That was nothing I made. That was yours. I drew it out so you could see it." "Oh, this is the first problem. You are bleeding in an empty room. Anyone trained anywhere inside the castle who cares to look can see you. Our first night's work, Harry, is to close your valve. The rest is next week. Will I stop feeling it? Never. But you will stop putting it out into the world without meaning to. You will feel it at all times. You will not broadcast it at all times. There is a difference. All right. Stand." Kyan tapped the floor with his foot. "Here, legs apart, no further, back straight, breathe low, not your shoulders, your belly." He nodded. "Good, close your eyes." Now he stopped. He looked past Harry abruptly towards the door. "What?" said Hermione low. "Someone is in the corridor outside." Filch, Ron said instantly. Mrs. Norris, should we number be still? Kyan lowered his hand. The temperature in the room dropped slightly. Not Filch, not a cat, a woman, short, carrying something. A very small, very still smile. Ah, you're Professor Umbridge. Hermione made a squeaking sound of pure dismay. She cannot come in, Kyan went on placidly. The room does not want her to tonight, but she is walking up and down outside the tapestry. She is sniffing, sniffing. With some crude instrument, a sort of enchanted compass, I think. It is looking for residues of our kind of residue. She will not find any. I have been careful, and you, he smiled at Harry. You have not yet flared tonight, so she will go away. Not immediately. Not tonight, but she will go away. You're telling me, Hermione said, that Umbridge has a cursed energy detector. She has something that detects it, yes, crude, slow, imported, expensive, my dear. How do you know it's imported? Because it could not have been made here. Your country does not make them. Mine makes 2 brands. Only one is sold abroad. Only one person in Britain, I think, is in the business of selling it. Kyan sighed. Or rather, the things that make them. A person, Hermione's head snapped up. Who? A broker. A contact I have, in fact, come to observe. This is why I am in an observational capacity, as your headmaster was so charmingly told. Kyan's voice had gone, just briefly, a little cold. He is a man in your country who arranges little items of foreign witchcraft for little amounts of foreign gold. Very gentlemanly, very calm, very useful to people who want little items, very dangerous. I was asked to come and watch him. I would rather have not, but he spread his palms. Your Umbridge has been buying from him, I think, since the summer, which is, he cut himself off. For half a second there was a tightness under his eyes. Then he was Kyan again, smiling his small private smile. Enough, he said. We are here to work, Harry. Close your eyes. What if the door won't open for her? Breathe. Harry closed his eyes. He stood with his feet apart, and his belly breathing and his hands loose at his sides. And he tried to find the valve. The valve, said Kyan, quiet as a voice in a dream, is not in your head. It is in your hara, here. A light touched 2 fingers below Harry's navel. The warmth under his sternum dropped an inch, surprised, and then rose. Number, stay down, lower, down, there, hold, breathe out, close. He did not know what he was doing. He did it anyway. The warmth, for the first time in 2 days, went quiet, not gone, held, folded, waiting. Good, said Kyan. Oh, said Harry very faintly. Now. Don't move, don't breathe out of your chest. Stay here a minute. This is the place. Find it, remember it. Live there for the next 3 minutes. No more. You will hurt yourself if you live there longer than that tonight. He lived there for 3 minutes. When he opened his eyes, he was dizzy and light and clear, the way you are clear after a migraine has left, and Luna was standing in front of him with her head tilted and her eyes huge. Harry, she said, you've stopped glowing. Was I glowing? Only to me. It's all right. You're just warm now, not shining. Kyan nodded once. Miss Lovegood sees. Luna, to Harry's astonishment, beamed. Same lesson tomorrow, said Kyan. And the next night and the next. For now, go to bed. Do not use your wand if you can help it for the next day. Don't cast. When you cast, your valve opens a little. Until the valve is under your control, every spell you cast bleeds you. Clear, clear. Then Kyan picked up his coat, shrugged it on. Go quietly down the east stairs. Umbridge is on the north. She will be in her room in 20 minutes. She will write something unhappy in a book. She will drink tea. How do you know? Because women like her, Kyan said, are astonishingly regular. Good night, Harry. Good night, friends of Harry. At the door he paused. Harry. Yeah. Tomorrow night I will ask you to hit me. What? Or try to, not with a wand, with what you are. Don't look so worried. You will not succeed. I only want to see you try. Good sleep. He went. The door closed. Luna sighed happily and said, I like him. Ron said, I don't trust him at all. Hermione said, both of those can be true. And Harry said very quietly, with his hand resting below his navel where the valve had been, I don't think I'm going to sleep for a week. He slept 4 hours. He dreamed. In the dream, he was in a corridor, a castle corridor, one he didn't recognize, with torches burning in a thin, cold light. At the far end of the corridor, Professor Umbridge was walking towards him, very slowly, humming a tune he almost recognized. Her shadow behind her was too tall. It was not Umbridge's shadow. It had too many joints. He woke up with the warmth under his sternum moving in little concerned pulses, the way a cat needs. It was 3 in the morning. He lay awake and tried the trick. He found the place below his navel. He folded the warmth and put it there. He told it, not aloud, lie down. It lay down. He smiled at the ceiling. Right, he whispered. So we can do that. He went eventually back to sleep. In her office, Professor Umbridge lay her enchanted compass flat on her desk. It had rotated 3 full revolutions on the 7th floor. It had stopped, for one unsatisfying moment, in front of a particular stretch of blank wall. Then its needle had gone limp. She tapped it with the nail of her index finger. The needle did not respond. "Oh dear," she said kindly to no one in particular. "Oh dear." Then she wrote in her little book under the heading of today's report, subject Potter confirmed resonance, source unknown, corroborator unknown, item required, stronger detector, supplier to be contacted. She underlined supplier to be contacted 3 times. The thing at her shoulder that nobody could see leaned down again, read, and was pleased. The next morning, Umbridge stood Harry up in front of the whole of 5th-year defense against the dark arts, and told him to cast a disarming charm at a dummy. "You seem tired, Mr. Potter," she said, smiling. "Come along, a little practical exercise, Expelliarmus if you please, on the dummy." He looked past her at the dummy. It was the same bland straw-stuffed dummy they had been looking at for 3 weeks. Neville had tried to cast at it once on his own for practice and been given a week of detentions for initiative. "With my wand, Professor." "With your wand, Mr. Potter." "We have not as yet, so far as I know, developed a way to cast without one in this school." "No," the smile did not slip. "Have we?" The class was very quiet. Seamus was staring at the floor. Hermione was radiating a mute, shivering force of "pay attention to everything, Harry." Cain had told him 6 hours ago, when you cast, your valve opens a little. He lifted his wand. He found the place below his navel. He put his hand on the valve in his mind. He held it tight. He said, "Expelliarmus." The red spell fired. It hit the dummy. The dummy's straw arm fell off. Under his sternum, the warmth moved a hand's breadth, only a hand's breadth. He squeezed the valve. It stopped. Umbridge was watching him very carefully. "How interesting, Mr. Potter." "Thank you, Professor." "Not particularly powerful, rather weak, in fact." "Yes, Professor, I'm tired." "So you have said." Her eyes flicked briefly to a small pink object on the corner of her desk. Harry saw it now for the first time. It looked like a pocket watch. Its glass had a needle under it. The needle was twitching very slightly, but only very slightly, and only once, as if it were almost asleep. "Tired," Umbridge repeated. "Yes. Well, sit down, Mr. Potter. 20 points from Gryffindor for sleeping in class." "Professor, sit down." He sat down. He did not look at the needle. He did not look at Hermione. He looked at his own hands on the desk, which were, he could only feel it, not see it, steady, still. The valve below his navel stayed quietly closed. The warmth pulsed once softly in what felt almost like approval. At lunch, Cain was not in the hall. At dinner, he was not in the hall. Harry did not, in fact, see him all day. Ron thought this was suspicious. Hermione thought it was sensible. Luna, with her small knowing smile, thought it was because he was out on the grounds and that Harry, if he wanted, could go and find him by following the way the warmth moved in his chest. Harry, looking at his plate, thought that all 3 of them were right. That night, at 11, he went to the room again. Ron stayed behind this time, grumbling, to watch the corridor. Hermione and Luna came with him. Cain was already there. He did not look as if he had slept. His coat was off. His sleeves were rolled up. On his forearms were faint pale scars, old, in patterns that looked a little like writing. "Hit me," he he said without greeting. Cyan, hit me, Harry, with whatever you have. Open the valve a little, push with your hands, don't worry about aim, don't worry about grace, I want to see your shape. My what shape? Cursed energy has a shape, everyone's is different. Yours I cannot see from the outside, I have to feel it against my skin. Hit me. Harry closed his hands into fists. He felt stupid. He lowered his center, found the valve, and opened it, just a crack. The warmth came up fast, eager, hungry to be used. He pushed it down his right arm. He swung. Cyan caught his wrist. His fingers closed around it like a vice that did not hurt. The warmth, Harry's warmth, splashed across Cyan's palm and up his arm and stopped. Oh, Cyan said quietly. Oh, Harry, what? Your shape is interesting. Is it bad? Number it is very particular. He let go of Harry's wrist. It is hot, like sunlight through glass, focused. It does not want to spread, it wants to concentrate, to point. If I had to guess, and I am guessing, I would say you will be, once you learn, a very good single-target fighter, terrible in a crowd, terrible at spreading out. But if you fix your eye on one thing, that one thing will burn. Is that a curse technique? Number that is your shape. Everyone has one. Most people have nothing interesting. A few have this. Yours is strong and narrow, which is, he paused, quite fitting, I think, for you. Why? Because, said Cyan gently, you are a boy who has spent his life with very particular enemies. You have learned how to aim, now again, both hands this time, don't be embarrassed, hit. They went on for an hour. By the end, Harry's shoulders ached the way they ached after Quidditch, and his sternum felt scraped out. Hermione, on the bench, was scribbling frantically in a small notebook by the light of her wand. Luna sat cross-legged on the floor and watched with the patient attention of a very small owl. At the hour's end, Cyan bowed very slightly, the way he always did, and said, enough, valve. Harry closed it. It was easier this time. Tomorrow, said Cyan, we will begin a technique, a simple one, how do you say, a fundamental reinforcement, putting a little of your energy into a thing, your skin, your fist, a floor tile to make that thing stronger. Can I hit a troll? Not yet, soon. How soon? Faster than you will like. On the way out of the room, Hermione touched Harry's sleeve and drew him a pace back from the others. Harry, yeah, that scar on his left forearm. I got a better look at it tonight. Yeah, it isn't a scar from something cutting him. It's a Harry, it's a seal. A what? A magical seal. The patterns, it's in a book Professor Binns mentioned once and I actually listened. Old Japanese practice. If someone dies with unresolved cursed energy, or if cursed energy is placed into them against their will, you seal it with a pattern like that, onto skin, to hold it. Harry looked at her. You're saying Cyan has a cursed thing sealed into his arm. I'm saying he has something sealed into his arm. That's all I'm saying. It could be nothing. It could be his own, she waved a hand. His own excess. Some masters do that, pack it away when they aren't using it, but Harry, it's on both arms. Both. Yes. He looked through the door Cyan had just left by. The corridor beyond it was empty. Somewhere much further down he could feel, very faintly, the warm shape of Cyan walking away, valve mostly closed, as tidy and self-contained as a folded knife. Hermione. Yes. Do I trust him? I don't know, Harry, me neither. But I like him. I know. That isn't the same thing. I know. They walked down to the 7th floor corridor and under the cloak and past the place where Umbridge had, the night before, walked up and down with her little pink compass. The warmth under Harry's sternum felt, tonight, like a sleeping cat. Outside the tapestry, a little way along, something on the wall, something that had no business there, had left a very small, darker patch of stone, as if it had leaned against it, as if it had been waiting the night before for a door it could not find. Harry did not tell the others. He did not know yet what he would say. He only looked at the patch as he passed, and the warmth under his sternum flickered once, small and alert, as if to say, yes, I see it. The corridor was quiet. The rain had stopped. Somewhere very far off an owl called and a second owl answered, And the castle, the old gossiping castle, held its breath around them and did not say, for once, anything at all. At breakfast the next morning, Snape looked at Harry. It was an ordinary look at an ordinary distance across an ordinary hall. The sort of look Snape gave him 6 or 7 times a morning in a normal week, composed of roughly equal parts distaste, boredom, and contempt. It was not today composed of that. Today there was something else in it. Attention. The narrow, cold attention of a man who had felt, sometime in the last 36 hours, a thing in the castle that he had not felt for a very long time, and who was now cataloguing. Who might be its source? Who had it settled in? Whose eyes had changed? Snape looked at the teacher's table, at the 5th-year Gryffindor table, at the Ravenclaw table where Luna Lovegood sat with her face bent over a bowl of porridge, humming, and finally at Harry. And the look was, Harry would have said if he had had to say, almost nothing, only a small sharpness, the length of a heartbeat. Then Snape returned to his coffee. He did not look at Harry again for the rest of the meal. He did not need to. Hermione, under the table, squeezed Harry's knee. "He knows something," she whispered. "He knows everything. Not everything." "Enough," Ron, reaching for the toast rack, said without looking up. "Snape always knows enough. That's the whole of Snape. If you knew less, he wouldn't be Snape." It was the second sensible thing he had said in 2 days. Harry did not remark on it this time. He looked at his porridge instead and took the warmth under his sternum and folded it, politely and carefully, down into the horror place Caen had taught him to keep it in, and held it there and ate. At the staff table, Dolores Umbridge took a small bite of her scone with a small, pleased smile, and watched Harry Potter from her end of the hall with the unhurried attention of a woman who, after a night of careful writing, had made up her mind about a number of important things. Behind her, where the long morning sunlight slanted through the high windows, her shadow on the wall was, very briefly, too tall, bent a little, joints arranged in a way that did not match her squat pink person. And then the sun moved, and the shadow was only hers again, and the hall was full of the noise of cutlery. And the day innocently went on. In a small rented room above a shop in Nocturne Alley, a short man with a neat dark beard looked up from his ledger at a tap on the door. He did not rise. He did not call out. A second tap, quieter, followed. "Come," he said. The door opened. A woman in a pink cardigan entered. She was carrying a handbag. She was carrying, inside the handbag, a pocket watch with a needle in its glass that was, at the moment, spinning slowly and uncertainly, as if it had been shaken too hard the night before and was only now recovering itself. "Madam Umbridge. Mr. It is not my real name, as you know, but yes, please." "I have come," said Umbridge in the voice of a polite, patient cat that has been kept waiting for its milk, "to buy something else." "Ah, a stronger version of what you sold me." This one, she placed the pocket watch on his desk, has become insufficient. The man in the beard looked at the watch. He looked, with some small interest, up at her face. He lifted very slightly one eyebrow. "Insufficient," he said. "In what regard?" "There is something in the castle I cannot find. This little thing swears it is there. This little thing cannot point me at it. Ah, I would like a stronger little thing." The man in the beard closed his ledger. He folded his hands over it. "Madam," he said quietly, "whatever it is that you are trying to find, I would advise you professionally not to find it. Professionally." "As a man," he said, "who has handled a great deal of merchandise from my country for a great deal of years, if what your watch has begun to sing about is what I think it is, you are looking for the edge of a storm. Stand somewhere dry, my dear. Sell me the watch. I shall refund you for it handsomely. Go home." Umbridge's smile did not move. Her eyes stayed exactly where they were. "I shall," she said sweetly, "pay double." A very long silence. "Triple," she added. The man in the beard sighed. It was not, Harry would have said if he had been there, the sigh of a frightened man. It was the sigh of a man who had, on a day like this, finally run out of the energy to refuse profit. "Very well," he said. "Come back in 3 days, I will have something for you. And madam, yes. If you should find it and if it should find you, please do not come back afterwards, either to return your purchase or to thank me. I should prefer not to know which of us got what they wanted." Chapter 2 end. Chapter 3 Black Flash. "You will write, Mr. Potter, until I am satisfied." "Yes, Professor." "The lines, please." "I must not tell lies, Professor." "Begin." He began. The quill in his hand was the same quill it had always been, lacquered black, hooked, businesslike, and the parchment was the same parchment, and the desk was the same neat little pink-covered desk pulled into the center of the office. Umbridge sat behind her own desk with her hands folded. A cat on a decorative plate gave Harry a kitten-eyed simper. Outside the window, darkness. Inside the window, the small smell of potpourri and the very particular smell of one's own blood coming up, a little at a time, through one's own skin. He wrote, "I must not tell lies." The cut on the back of his hand opened politely. A line of red rose like water under glass. The parchment drew it neatly into the letters. He wrote, "I must not tell lies." The cut opened a little wider. The warmth under his sternum, well below its old place now, gathered tidy in the hara where Kian had put it, moved once restlessly. "Stay down," Harry thought at it. "She'll feel you." The warmth stayed down. He wrote, "I must not tell lies." 50 more lines, 100 more lines. His hand would not tremble. He had been in this office every Thursday and Friday for weeks. He had learned not to tremble. It was one of the small, hard gifts Umbridge had given him. She had taught him how to bleed without a sound. He did not look up. She did not look up either. The only sound in the room was the scratch of his quill, and the small, comfortable clink of her teacup against her saucer, and once or twice the friendly ticking of the clock on her wall. The hands on the clock were kittens. They had tiny pink paws. They pointed, one paw at a time, at the minutes of his detention. Outside, at the edge of his hearing, a cold wind came down the corridor. It came to the office door and stopped, and the warmth under Harry's sternum flickered. He did not move. He wrote, "I must not tell lies." The wind in the corridor waited. He could feel its waiting the way you can feel a pair of eyes on the back of your neck. "Professor." Umbridge looked up from her book. "Mr. Potter, I have a question." "Detention is not a time for questions, Mr. Potter." "Sorry, Professor." "It's only, is it drafty in this corridor tonight?" She blinked at him once, as if he had asked whether the moon had cheese in it. "I beg your pardon." "It's only I thought I felt a—" He got no further. The door did not open. It did not fail to open. It bent. The wood on either side of the latch sagged inward slowly like soft fruit. The pink paint on the inside bubbled. A single hairline crack ran from the top of the door to the bottom. And then the door stopped bending and was only an ordinary closed door again, and there was, seated in the middle of the office floor between Harry's desk and Umbridge's, something that had not been there a moment ago. It was not the thing from the clearing. It was taller. It was thinner. It had a long bone-white face like a horse skull and no body under the face at all, only a long trailing something that went down to the carpet and pooled. It had 3 black dots where eyes would have been. It looked at Umbridge first. It did this respectfully with the dipped-head attention of a subordinate. Umbridge drew a small, pleased breath in through her nose. Then it looked at Harry, and its 3 black dots went wide as suddenly opened umbrellas. "Mr. Potter," said Umbridge happily, "stay where you are." Harry did not. He was up out of his chair before he had thought about it. The quill was in his left hand. The cut on the back of his right hand was bleeding in earnest now, smearing the pink carpet as his palm left the desk. The warmth under his sternum had woken all the way up and was climbing up his throat, climbing into his arms. He had not yet opened the valve. He did not need to. The thing's own presence had pulled at him, a bucket lowered into a well, and the water was rising. "Sit down, Mr. Potter." He did not sit down. "Professor," he said. His voice was steadier than it had any right to be. "What is that?" It is a gentleman. He will not harm you. He has merely come to meet you. That is not a gentleman. Oh, said Umbridge in the tone of a woman explaining to a child why the moon was sad. It's a matter of perspective, Mr. Potter. Now, sit down, or I shall have to, or you shall have to what? Her smile did not move. Sit down, she said softly. The thing in the middle of the floor leaned without moving. Its horse skull face was the dry yellow white of very old bone. Its 3 black dots did not blink because they had nothing to blink with. It inhaled, not through a mouth, through the air around it. The temperature in the room dropped so fast that the tea on Umbridge's desk skinned over. Harry saw, in a very small part of his head, cayenne the day before, rolling up his sleeve. The pale scar seal across the forearm. If someone dies with unresolved cursed energy, Hermione's voice, you seal it onto skin to hold it. Umbridge had not bought something to find cursed things. She had bought something to hold them. He opened the valve, just a crack, just enough. He did not aim at the thing. He knew better. Expelliarmus, stupefy, they were eaten. You did not spend food on the thing that ate food. You spent food on what the food was sitting on. The thing was sitting on the carpet. He opened the valve another crack. He felt the warmth flood into his right hand, down his arm, into the palm that was bleeding. He pointed, not his wand. His wand was in his pocket. No time. He pointed his hand at the carpet at the thing's feet, and he pushed. The carpet burned. Not like fire burns. Not with light. The carpet under the thing went gray, very fast, and then black. And then a flake of black came away, and the flake went up into the air like a dandelion seed. The whole carpet pattern under the thing's trailing something burst like a drop of oil spreading on water, cursed energy-eating carpet, because the thing was made of it and the carpet was only cloth, and the thing, which had been sitting stable on a floor, was abruptly not sitting on anything. It lurched. Ron, Harry yelled. He did not know why he yelled Ron. Ron was not here. Ron was in the common room. There was no reason to yell Ron at all. He would work out later that he had yelled Ron because the thing's horse skull face had, in the half-second of lurching, turned not toward him and not toward Umbridge, but to the door, as if it had been called from that direction, as if somewhere on the other side of the door there was someone it wanted. The door was 10 feet away. Harry reached it in 3 strides. He wrenched it open. Ron was in the corridor. He was standing with his wand lit and his eyes very wide, because he was, as the world had generally agreed for 4.5 years, the sort of friend who came when his friend was in detention with the woman who made him bleed. And Ron Weasley at 15, nearly 16, was far, far too good and far, far too daft to know that he should not have come. Harry, get back. The thing in the office fell out of the doorway on its hands. It had grown hands because it had decided in the last half-second that they would help. They were long. They had too many knuckles. One closed around Harry's ankle. Cold shot up Harry's leg like cold water in a pipe. He went down onto one knee. The thing climbed over him with the unhurried grace of spilled ink, headed for Ron. Harry, run, Harry screamed. Ron, to his endless and permanent credit, did not. He cast Expelliarmus because that was what a Weasley cast when he couldn't think. The spell hit the thing's back and went in and was gone. The thing did not slow down. Ron cast Stupefy. Gone. Ron cast the near-reversal Jinx, because Ron was a Weasley and a fighter and also a slightly panicky man with his feet glued to the floor by terror. And that spell was gone too. Only this one left a small black hole in the wall it passed through behind the thing, like a cigarette burn in a tablecloth. The thing reached Ron. It wrapped long cold fingers around Ron's neck and lifted him off the floor and opened the seam of its face wider than a face should open. And Harry, from the floor, on his hands and one knee, the cold of the ankle grip still crawling up his thigh, did something without thinking about it. He did not push. Pushing was what he had done to the clearing thing. Pushing was a wave. This wanted a knife. He closed his right hand into a fist. He felt the warmth, The thing under his sternum, the thing in the horror, the thing he had been folding up for 2 days like a cat folded into a cardboard box, rush into that fist. Not spreading, not broad, concentrating. Shape, Kyan had said. You want a point. He pointed. His fist snapped forward, and the warmth at the exact instant of the punch, at the exact instant his wrist locked straight and his knuckles met the thing's, did something his skin could not explain afterwards. It did not flow. It cracked. There was a single hard, dry sound, like a whip breaking the speed of sound, and for 1/10 of a second the whole world went monochrome, everything black or silver, with, at the center of the frame, a single thin, bright line of gold, ruler straight, connecting his knuckles to the thing's side. Then color came back. The thing had a hole in it, not a wound, a hole, a roughly fist-shaped abscess clean through the side of its face. The 3 black eyes staggered. The long hands around Ron's neck loosened. Ron dropped to the floor, gasping, one hand clutching his throat. The thing did not fall. It turned its head and looked with its 2 remaining eye dots at Harry and said something, not aloud. Inside his head, like a voice pressed up against glass, it said, "Where did you learn that?" Harry was on his feet without remembering the standing up. He was shaking. His right hand hurt. The knuckles were bleeding. Something, a thread of something, was coming off them in little drifting curls like steam. And in that steam the thing was looking. It was hungry, Harry realized with a small, ill-feeling jolt. It was hungry for what was dripping off his knuckles, and he closed his fist again. "Somewhere else," said Harry. The thing reached for him. He punched it again. This time he knew what he had done. Not well, not on purpose, but he knew. He recognized the shape under his skin, the way a child recognizes, the second time they do it, how to whistle. He drew the warmth down through his arm. He poured it into his fist at the exact microsecond of impact. The crack came again, the flash of gold, the monochrome half-second, and this time the thing did fall. Its horse skull head parted from whatever the trailing body was. The body collapsed into a little smoking puddle of not there. The skull rolled. It stopped against the skirting board of the corridor. It did not blink. It had no eyelids. Its 3 eyes, 2 eyes now, the third was missing, looked at Harry for perhaps 2 whole seconds before they went out, one after the other like lamps. The whole thing had taken 9 seconds. Ron was on the floor. Umbridge was standing in her doorway, pink cardigan, pink smile, holding her teacup level. "Oh," she said with sincere mild interest, "my Mr. Potter." Harry walked towards her. He did not know what he was going to do when he arrived. He did not know what he would have done if Kyan Mori had not stepped out of the corridor behind her at that exact second with his hair wet and his coat on and his hands visible and open at his sides, and said, in an even voice, "Professor Umbridge, good evening." Umbridge turned. The pinkness on her face was only skin deep. Below it her jaw moved fractionally, and Harry saw in the side of her neck a muscle that should not have been tensing tense. "Mr. Mori." "Out late," Kyan said mildly. "Young Mr. Potter and I were having a study session, and a visitor of yours, I fear, intruded." "Mine?" "Oh, yes. I am certain it came in with you, from your country. You really ought to take more care with your luggage." Kyan's eyes flicked to the skull on the floor, to the puddle that had been a body, to Ron sitting against the corridor wall with a hand at his throat, to Harry, wide-eyed, knuckles bleeding, standing in the middle of Umbridge's ruined carpet with the faint last curls of gold steam rising off his right hand. "I see," he said. "Yes. My dear Professor Umbridge." Kyan's voice was extraordinarily polite. "Let us agree, for this evening only, that the thing on your carpet was brought here by me, that young Mr. Potter defended himself admirably, that Mr. Weasley behaved with courage beyond his years, that I shall take responsibility for the mess, and that no report will be made of this occasion to any party. Not to the minister, not to the headmaster, not to anyone." Until such time as you and I may have an adult conversation about the items you have and I have, and what we would each of us like to do with them. Is that a bribe, Mr. Maury? No, madam. It is a piece of careful adult diplomacy. I see. Do we have an agreement? Eyes flicked once past him to Harry to Ron to the smear of blood on Harry's desk from the quill, then back. A slow, entirely unreadable look came over her face. Then she smiled. For tonight, she said sweetly. Only for tonight, Mr. Maury. That is all I ask. Mr. Potter, Professor, return to your common room, and do mind your way in the corridors, dear. They are, it seems, not what they used to be. She closed her door. She closed it gently as a woman closes a pantry. The click of the latch was tiny and precise. Behind the door Harry heard, very faintly, the small, neat tap of a teacup going back on a saucer. "Ron," Harry said. "Ron, I'm fine." Ron's voice was hoarse. "Mate, I'm fine. Merlin's beard, Merlin's whole beard, I'm fine. I yelled you through a door." "Yeah, I heard." "I'm sorry, don't you dare be sorry." Ron got up slowly, using the wall. He was white as a bedsheet. There was a ring of small, cold bruises around his throat, already dark as plums. He looked at Harry's knuckles. He said carefully, "Mate, why is your hand smoking?" "Because he's been very busy," said Kyan. "And who are, oh, you're the Japanese bloke, Harry's Japanese bloke." "Yes, hello. I am deeply sorry to meet you on this particular night." "Yeah, well," said Ron, and managed just a thin, white-lipped smile. "I'm happy to meet you on any night that isn't this one." Kyan laughed. It was the first time Harry had heard him do that. It was a soft, surprised laugh low in the chest, and it changed his whole face. For an instant he looked not like a consultant, he looked like a man. "Come," he said, "I know a back way. Mr. Weasley, lean on me. Harry, your right hand, please." He took Harry's right hand in both of his and turned it palm up. He looked at the knuckles. He said, "Ah, what? You landed a black flash." "A what?" "Black flash, Japanese term. Well, untranslatable. The phenomenon where your cursed energy, your fist, and the target all arrive at the same point in time and space, within 1/10 of 1 second of each other, produces," he gestured apologetically, "the monochrome, the line of gold, the crack, the hole in the target. Is it bad? It is very rare. Most sorcerers land one in a lifetime, some none. I landed my first at 28. I'm 15. Yes. Is that? It is preposterous. It is absurd. It is not supposed to happen. Worry about it later." Kyan, with sudden gentleness, wrapped Harry's hand in a clean handkerchief he had produced from somewhere. "For tonight we walk quietly. We go up, we sleep. And in the morning, when you wake up and your right hand is still there, we will begin to talk about what has happened and what will happen. Yes. Yes. Mr. Weasley, can you walk?" Yeah, slowly. They walked. Kyan took the corridor to the right. Harry had never been this way from Umbridge's office and was not entirely sure it had existed yesterday. Midway along, Ron said, in the small voice of a man talking about a thing that had nearly happened but that he did not yet want to have happened, "Mate, that skull, it wasn't after you, it was after me." "I know. Why was it after me?" "I don't know." "It looked at me," said Ron, "when it came out of the office. It didn't look at you, it went past you. It looked at me, straight at me, its 3 dots, like it knew which one of us it was there for." Kyan beside him said nothing, but Harry felt the man's pace slow a fraction. "I don't know," Harry said again. He was not lying. He also was not, he realized, surprised. The thing in the corridor the first night had looked at him. The thing in the clearing had looked at Luna, then at him. This one had looked at Ron. Whatever was coming, whatever was in this castle, it had picked its eyes. "Ron, yeah, I'm not going to let it have you." "Yeah," Ron laughed. It came out a little wet. "I know, mate. I know." Hermione was waiting in the common room. When she saw them, the 3 of them, Ron with a bruised throat, Harry with a bandaged hand, Kyan with the polite, apologetic face of a man who has been made part of a calamity he did not plan, she stood up, set down her book, took a long, slow breath and burst into tears. "Sorry," she said, furious with herself. "Sorry, I don't know why I'm sorry. Hermione, you're fine, both of you, you're fine." "Why am I?" Harry put his arm round her. Ron, with difficulty, put his. Cayenne, tactful, retreated towards the portrait hole and turned his back to give them a moment. The fire in the grate burned low. Crookshanks came padding across the carpet, tail up, and sniffed at Ron's shoes. "I knew," Hermione said into Harry's shoulder. "I knew tonight was going to be bad. I felt it. I should have gone with you." "Then you'd be bruised too," said Ron. "I know. I'd rather be bruised alone than have you bruised with me. Shut up." "Okay," she laughed a bit into Harry's shoulder. Then she straightened up and wiped her eyes and put her hand on Harry's bandaged one and looked at Cayenne across the room. "Mr. Maury," she said, "thank you. I don't know what you did, but thank you." "I did nothing useful tonight, Miss Granger. I arrived after the work was done." "That," said Hermione, "is rarely how it feels when you arrive somewhere." Cayenne allowed himself the smallest of smiles. "I will take that as a professional critique. Good night, Miss Granger. Look after them." He bowed, shallowly turned, and was gone through the portrait hole before the fat lady had quite decided whether to scold him. They sat by the fire for an hour. Ron drank tea. Hermione looked at his throat, then at Harry's knuckles, then at Harry's face. Nobody said very much. At the end of the hour, Ron, without looking up, said, "Harry." "Yeah. I don't know why that thing came for me. I know. I'm not angry, just it's going to come again, isn't it? Probably. Right." He took another sip of tea. His hand was still shaking, but less now. "Right, okay, so next time let's not be in different rooms." "Right. Are you," Ron hesitated, "are you teaching me any of that stuff?" "Ron, I know I can't do what you did, but the closing the valve thing, the sitting quietly in your own belly thing, Hermione could learn that." "I could," said Hermione instantly. "I could a bit. Ron, just so we're not all glowing like idiots." "You don't glow, Ron. Yet, I don't glow yet. Give it time. I'll be glowing by Christmas." Harry laughed more than he had expected to. Ron grinned. Hermione gave a great shaky sigh and closed her eyes for a long moment. "All right," she said. All right, tomorrow. We ask Cayenne, all of us. We learn what we can, we look after each other. Yeah, and we tell Luna, because if we don't she'll find out herself and be hurt that we didn't. Yeah, and we tell," she hesitated, and the hesitation was its own word, serious again. "And maybe Harry this time, maybe Remus. And maybe not Dumbledore," said Harry, and was a little surprised at how flat his own voice had gone. "Harry, not yet. Not until I know what I am." Hermione looked at him. Then she nodded slowly. "All right," she said. "Not yet." He slept that night with his right hand lying knuckles up on top of the sheet. The cut from the quill had stopped bleeding. The knuckles from the black flash were scraped raw and red. But under the red, deep under in the bones of the hand, he could feel, not pain, a hum. A very faint hum, as if the hand had been tuning itself. He slept. He dreamed. In the dream he was in a corridor again. The corridor was the one by Umbridge's office. At the far end of the corridor was Ron, with his back to him, sitting on the floor against the skirting board in exactly the position he had dropped into tonight. Only Ron's head was the horse skull head. When Harry reached him and turned him, the skull looked up with 3 black eye dots, and the mouth seemed parted, and in a voice made of marbles Ron said, "Where did you learn that, Harry?" He woke up. The warmth under his sternum was still there, patient, settled into the hara. He closed his hand into a fist, then opened it again. He lay in the dark, with his hand held up against the canopy of the 4-poster, and watched his knuckles in the faint glow coming through the curtains. Under the skin, in a pattern so faint he had to look at an angle to see it, a line of pale gold curled up from the knuckles and vanished into the wrist. "Okay," he whispered to his own hand, "okay, okay." Then, because he had been raised badly and had learnt to comfort himself out loud, he said, "Hi." The line of gold did not answer. It only pulsed once very quietly under the skin like a sleeping heart. Cayenne was in the room of requirement at dawn. Harry had expected him to be asleep. He wasn't. He was sitting on the bench with his coat off and his forearms, the scar-seal forearms, on his knees and his eyes closed. He did not open them when Harry came in. Good morning, Harry. Good morning. Sit. Harry sat. They sat for perhaps 5 minutes without speaking. The hum in Harry's right hand had not quite gone. Cayenne. Yes. What was it in Umbridge's office? Grade 2, said Cayenne. Foreign, bought not made, a young one leashed for her by someone who knew what they were doing. Sent out tonight to look and to take a small thing back with it, probably a memory, probably a piece of your or Mr. Weasley's soul. My or Ron's? Ron's it chose, which is interesting. Yours it recognized, Ron's it wanted. Why? Because Ron is softer. Ron is not, Harry. Cayenne opened his eyes. Do not be insulted for your friend. He is not softer because he is weaker. He is softer because he is kinder. A thing like that wants kind. Kind things to a creature of that class taste like sugar to us. Harry swallowed. It felt oddly dry. How do I protect him? You make him less sweet. How? Not by changing him, by surrounding him. A small pause. You make him one of a circle. You put your own energy and Miss Granger's and Miss Lovegood's around him in a ring, the way farmers put salt around a field. Then what comes for him has to come through you first. It is the oldest trick. It is not complicated. The complication is only that you must all agree to do it. And that you must teach your friends to, at the very least, hold their energy quietly inside themselves, so the ring is not full of holes. Can you teach them? If you ask, I ask. Then, yes. Cayenne closed his eyes again. I am not doing this out of duty, Harry. I want you to know. I know. You are the first student I have had in 3 years. The last one died. Harry did not know what to say. He did not try. Cayenne's eyes did not open. His name was Tanaka Yori, Cayenne said after a while, conversationally, as if discussing the weather. He was 19. He was killed by what I now suspect is the same class of thing that made what Umbridge bought. He was kind. He was soft. I was slow. Cayenne exhaled through his nose. I have not been slow since. I do not intend to be slow again. Do you understand what I am saying to you? Yes. Good. Then your first lesson this morning. Again. The vow. Only this time around someone else. He opened his eyes. He took Harry's right hand, the hand with the gold line under the knuckle skin, and placed it flat on his own chest, over his own heart. Feel me, he said. Harry could, faintly, the edge of a closed valve, the shape of a folded man. Now wrap me, said Cayenne. Don't push, wrap, like a coat. Harry wrapped. The warmth came up out of his hara. He had stopped thinking of it as his sternum now and flowed, slow and unhurried, down his arm, into his palm, across Cayenne's shirt, around Cayenne's ribs, up Cayenne's shoulders, down Cayenne's back, closing at the hollow of the neck. It was not an effort. It was, Harry realized with a small, strange lurch, an act of affection. The warmth wanted to do this. It liked to. Good, said Cayenne softly. Now let go. Harry let go. The warmth returned to his own hara the way a shown dog came back to heel. It did not leak. It did not drag. Good, Cayenne said again. That is the ring. That is what you will put around Ron this evening, and Hermione and Luna, and one day your godfather, and one day your werewolf. And when a creature comes, it will come through you first. And you will learn, Harry, that you can carry a whole circle of friends on your back, if you know the knack. But you must, he looked at him now directly, you must know the knack, so we will practice all day. Yes, yes, you will be very tired tonight. That's fine. You will be very, very tired. Do not cast any spells at all. Tell your professors you have a headache. Sit in your common room. Drink water. Sleep early. Do not, this is important, try the black flash again before I am in the room with you. I wasn't going to. Everyone wasn't going to. Right. Okay. Cayenne smiled, small and tired. One more thing. Yeah. Well done. Harry looked at him. Cayenne's blue eyes were warm, for the first time, not cold sky but the blue of a tiled roof at noon. I mean it, Cayenne said. I have not told you you did well yet, and you have done very well. Last night it was not a fair fight. You were bleeding, you were tired, you were scared, you landed a black flash, you saved your friend, you did not kill a woman who deserves to die. These are all in their own different ways admirable. Well done." Harry, to his astonishment, felt his eyes go hot. "Thanks," he said gruffly. Kian nodded. He rose. He picked up his coat. "Breakfast, Harry, come. Your friends will be in the hall. They will be worried. You will go and eat toast and look ordinary. You will also be, please, this is important, very dull company this morning, in case anyone at the staff table is watching. Do not glow, do not punch, do not black flash the butter dish. I'll do my best. I know you will, it is very nearly your only virtue." He opened the door, he held it. "Harry, yeah, the thing on Umbridge's carpet, she did not send it for you, she sent it for Ron. It was a message. A message to me." "Yes. Saying what?" Kian paused in the doorway. The pale morning light was behind him. For a moment he was only a silhouette with shoulders. "Saying," he said quietly, "that she knows which of you to take if she wants to hurt you, and that she intends to try." He left. Harry stood alone in the room, with the warmth behind his navel and the faint gold line under his knuckles, and a cold certainty settling into him like iron into water. "Over my dead body," he said, to the empty room. The warmth pulsed. Once, in perfect and furious agreement. It was 2 nights later in the room of requirement that they made it 4. Luna came up the spiral stairs on the dot of 11, holding a small paper bag of toffees from somewhere, and wandered in as if walking into her own sitting room. Hermione came with a notebook thicker than Ron's head. Ron came with a thermos of tea. He had become, in 2 days of being nearly dead, a man who carried a thermos of tea everywhere and who put his hand, without noticing, around the bruises on his neck, where the plum-colored marks had faded to a softer gray. "All of you," said Kian, at the center of the empty room. "Good, Harry, the ring. Now, please. Now, I would like to see." Harry found the place below his navel. He opened the valve, a thread, a careful thread. The warmth came up, tidy, agreeable, and flowed into his hands. He held his hands out to his sides and he thought about it. About his friends. About Ron on the corridor floor with long, cold fingers round his throat. About Hermione crying in the common room without knowing why. About Luna at the owlery with a bruise the size of a child's hand at her throat and a smile because Harry had asked her to be careful. The warmth rushed. It wrapped Ron, who stood very still and said quietly, "Oh, that's warm," said Luna as the warmth reached her in its turn. "Like wearing someone else's coat, only the someone else is Harry." "I like it," said Ron in a small voice. Hermione, when it reached her, closed her eyes very briefly and opened them again. She was, Harry saw, slightly wet-eyed. She did not comment on this, and neither, sensibly, did anyone else. Kian walked slowly around the 3 of them. He studied the ring the way a builder studies a wall. He tapped with a knuckle the air an inch outside Ron's shoulder. The ring answered him with a faint, audible, almost musical sound, the sound of a wineglass being sung. "Good," Kian said. "Astonishingly good, in fact. Harry, you will be very tired tonight, but good." "Can they feel each other?" Hermione asked. "Not yet. With practice, yes. With practice, every one of you will feel every other one of you at any distance short of a mile. It is not telepathy. You will not hear each other's thoughts, Miss Granger. I am sorry to disappoint you." "Oh, thank Merlin, I did not want Ron's thoughts." "Oi, fine." Hermione grinned at Ron in a way Harry had not seen her grin in weeks. "I did not want Ron's thoughts loud. That I'll allow." Kian stepped out of the ring. He turned to Harry. "Now the thing I did not say this morning." "Yes, the black flash, twice in a single engagement on your first outing. Harry, that is not ordinary precocity. That is, how do I say, that is bone-deep talent. That is the sort of thing that only happens in the old families in my country, and in them only once every 20 or 30 years. Harry said nothing. "Your," Kian considered his words, "innate technique. Everyone has one. Most people never find theirs. Yours may be, I begin to suspect, something we call a domain inheritance, a shape, a room you carry inside you. When it is large enough, you will be able to put it on the world for a moment and make the world behave like it. Domain, Hermione said sharply. Yes, Miss Granger. Domain expansion, she said. That's, I've read that phrase, in the margins of where? Of a book I probably should not have been reading. Then please, Miss Granger, said Kyan gently, continue not to tell me where so that I do not have to pretend to report it. Hermione's mouth twitched. Understood. The point is, said Kyan, Harry has a room. He does not know what it looks like yet. He cannot put it on the world yet. He may not be able to for a year or 5 or 10, but he looked at Harry. It is there. It is why you black flashed. It is why when you punched that thing in the corridor you knew where to hit without thinking. Your room told your hand. Somewhere inside you, Harry, there is a shape, a place, a court, and everything in it will obey you. A court, said Harry, dazed. A room, a space. I use court because the word for your shape, Harry, in my feeling of it fits. Gold, warm, clean, formal in a quiet way, a place where a judge sits. I haven't been a judge in my life. Number but your shape, Kyan said, has. There was a long silence. Ron quietly set his thermos down on the floor as if he thought he should not be drinking tea during this. Kyan, Harry said, yes. What do I do with all this? Kyan's answer, when it came, was very soft. You learn it, Harry. You learn it because you have no other choice. And when the storm comes, and it will come, it is coming already, you stand where a storm cannot pass without hitting you first. And you, he lifted his hand and closed it into a fist, and the gesture was small and old and particular. You hold. On the way back to the tower, Ron slowed by a window and looked out at the dark grounds. His reflection in the glass looked less gray than it had 3 days ago. His hand, Harry noticed, had dropped from his bruised throat. Mate, Ron said, yeah, if I died in that corridor. Don't. No, listen. Ron, if I died, I would have died with my best friend yelling my name through a door. I just want that noted. Harry had to look away out of the window at nothing for a long moment before he could trust his face. Noted, he said eventually. Good. Ron. Yeah. You would have had to come back as a ghost because I am absolutely not mourning you in silence. Oh, I'd come back, I'd haunt you. I'd haunt Hermione's books. I'd haunt the Quidditch pitch. I'd be a pitch ghost. Ooh, Harry, catch the snitch, Harry, ooh. Shut up, Ron. Ron laughed. Harry laughed more than he expected to. Hermione behind them made a small wet sound and then pretended not to, and Luna beyond Hermione linked her arm through Hermione's with the patient, possessive air of a girl claiming an elder sister she had not yet been given. Right, said Ron once he had his breath back. Tomorrow, valve closing lessons. I'm going to be so shut up, Umbridge won't be able to find me with a bloody telescope. Ron, I'm going to be a brick wall, mate, a brick wall with ginger hair. All right, a handsome brick wall. All right, Ron. They went up to the tower with Harry's ring still, faintly, carefully around them. 3 warm shapes and 1 bright one, and Harry in the middle like the anchor of a small invisible tent. And for the first night since term began, Harry slept without dreaming. Far below the tower, in a corridor that had, the day before, contained a door that no longer existed, Severus Snape stood with his hands behind his back and looked at a smear of fine gray dust on a skirting board. He had found the dust by smell. He had been walking up from the dungeons on a routine patrol because the headmaster was away and the deputy headmistress had the flu, and somebody, after all, had to walk the corridors at night, and a thing had brushed his face. A thin, cold thing like a spider thread, and when he had turned towards it the corridor had been empty. He had followed the cold thread anyway. He was Snape. That was his professional response to everything. At the end of the thread there had been this dust, and the faint, unmistakable smell of something that had been made and had then been unmade badly, by a force he had not smelled since he was 14 and had, that summer, been briefly apprenticed to a man in Prague who had collected unpleasant knowledge. Cursed energy. Not magic, not dark. the older, stranger cousin of both. He stood for a long time looking at the dust. His face did not move. His hands behind his back clenched once and relaxed. "Potter," he said softly, to no one in particular. Then, with the distaste of a man biting into an apple he has just discovered is full of worms, Severus Snape went back to his office and locked the door and sat down at his desk and began very slowly to compose for the headmaster, in a place the headmaster would certainly find it, the first part of a very long letter. The letter would be 3 pages. It would describe in careful, unsensational Snapish prose exactly what he had smelled in the corridor, exactly where. It would not name Potter. It would not need to. The headmaster would know. The letter would finish with one sentence that cost Severus Snape, although neither Dumbledore nor anyone else who ever read it would be able to tell, a great deal to write. "Whatever he is, Albus, it is my strong and reluctant opinion that we owe him our help. At once." He folded the letter thrice. He sealed it in black wax. He placed it in the particular drawer of his desk that every morning without fail, whether the headmaster was in residence or 1,000 miles away, was emptied by an elf who did not know whose drawer it was. The drawer closed. Snape sat in the dark in his office and looked at the wall for a long time. Then he took a very small bottle of very old whiskey from a different drawer, and he poured himself a measure, and he toasted, bleakly and privately, the small red-headed boy down in the hospital wing who had come that afternoon for a pepper-up potion and had not explained how he had got the bruises on his throat. To idiots with the decency to live, Severus said to nothing. He drank. Chapter 3 end. Chapter 4. The wretched pupil. It was a Hufflepuff third year who saw it first, and the terrible part, Harry would think of it afterwards in every quiet moment for weeks, was that the Hufflepuff third year had been laughing. Her name was Megan Jones. She had been walking down the main staircase from the astronomy tower at 9:15 on a Saturday morning with 2 friends. And she had been laughing because one of the friends had just done an impression of Professor Trelawney predicting the doom of a turnip. She was still laughing, her head thrown a little back, her mouth open, her eyes very bright, the long plait of her dark hair bouncing, when her feet reached the 7th step from the bottom and everything changed. Neville told Harry afterwards that he did not know what had happened first. The stair had gone slippery. The stair had gone cold. The stair had, in some way he could not describe, gone deeper. Megan had stepped on it as if it were an ordinary step. Her foot had not come down on ordinary stone. She had gone down, not forwards. Her friends had grabbed for her. Their hands had met each other over the place she had been. There was a small sound, Neville said, a small wet sound like a palm dropped flat onto a sink full of water, and Megan Jones was not on the stairs anymore. The stair was solid. It was stone. Neville stamped on it with his heel. Parvati, who had come running from the landing above, prodded it with her wand. It was stone. There was, precisely where Megan had been, a small dark stain about the size of a thumbprint that was cold to the touch. Nothing else. It was 11 minutes before the first professor arrived. In that 11 minutes, 3 more small cold stains had opened on 3 different floors. 2 were on steps. 1 was on a landing. A second-year Ravenclaw called Eddie Carmichael had tripped over one on a 7th-floor corridor and fallen forward onto his hands. And his hands had not come up out of the cold place, and he had, for a horrible 5 seconds, been half a boy, ankles on the flagstones, wrists disappearing into what looked like a patch of dark water, before a prefect had grabbed him under the arms and yanked. And he had come out with pale fingers and blue lips, and a hysterical giggling sound he could not stop making. Eddie would live. Megan Jones, they would learn before lunchtime, would not. "It is here," Kyan said. They were in McGonagall's office. McGonagall was sitting behind her desk. Snape stood at the window with one shoulder against the glass and his hands in his robes. Umbridge was nowhere to be found, had, it was rumored, gone to the village for the morning, which Hermione, seething under her breath outside the door, had refused to call a coincidence. Sprout, looking as if she had been crying, had gone to find Eddie Carmichael's parents. Flitwick, tiny and furious, was off on the ground somewhere trying to put up wards. Dumbledore, who had been back in the castle for 2 whole days, was here in his own chair in the corner, as still and pale as a candle that had been burning a long time. "Cain Maury," said Dumbledore, "I read your letter last night. Headmaster, you said this was possible. I did not know it was this close, Headmaster. I am very sorry. What does it mean here precisely?" Dumbledore's voice was mild. His eyes behind the half-moons were not. Cain breathed in. "In my country we grade these," he said. "The creature that attacked Miss Lovegood in your forest, grade 3. The creature that attacked Mr. Weasley in Madame Umbridge's office, grade 2, although a controlled grade 2. What we have in this castle now," he hesitated, "is a grade we do not grade. We call it special, beyond scale. It is not yet fully formed. It is being born, Headmaster, in your castle. It has been eating fear for weeks. It has, this morning, in taking Miss Jones, taken its first." His mouth struggled for a second with the phrase "first meaningful bite." "Born from what?" said Snape quietly from the window. "From the people in the castle, specifically. From the children, mostly, under certain pressures. The pressures themselves did not create it, but they," Cain sought the word, "they harvested. There is an enormous amount of fear in the children of this school right now, an enormous amount. It has been pooled, it has been kept in the pool, it has become something." "Umbridge," said Snape flatly, "that is my strong suspicion, but it is not only her. The pool is deeper than one woman. She drew from it. She did not make it. I suspect, sir, that she has since become part of it." "Part of it how?" Dumbledore said. "Attached." "Perhaps," Cain hesitated again, "perhaps more than attached." A silence. McGonagall's hands, folded on the desk, had gone white. "Headmaster," she said very low, "if this is accurate, she must be removed from the castle." "By what authority, Minerva?" "By whatever authority you still have. The minister has, as of this week, the last of it." "Then peace, Minerva." Dumbledore looked at Cain. "Mr. Maury, your country's position." "My country, Headmaster, is at the moment unaware that this has progressed past grade 3. If I had time, I could make them aware." "Also," Cain was apologetic but not soft. "Also, Headmaster, if I made them aware, they would send an extraction team. The team would be fast and it would be competent, and it would, as a matter of course, extract every person from this castle who is involved, to be kept, to be studied, to be protected. I do not recommend this. I'm not even certain in the case of one of these persons that I could prevent it." Everyone's eyes very briefly flicked to Harry. Harry, standing beside Cain in a pair of robes he had not changed since last night, kept his valve closed and his face still. "Mr. Potter," said Dumbledore, and for the first time his voice was not mild, "you have been practicing with Mr. Maury?" "Yes, sir." "Without informing me?" "Yes, sir." "Why?" "Because, sir," said Harry, and found his voice remarkably steady, "I did not trust that you would look at me." A very long silence. "Ah," Dumbledore said eventually. "Yes, I see, quite." "Sir, no, Harry, later, we will." For a moment there was something in the old man's face that Harry had not seen all year. "We will talk later, you and I, if there is a later. First, tell me what you can do." Harry told him, quickly in broken sentences, the valve, the ring, the push, the punch, the black flash, the new sense of a room inside himself that he did not know the shape of. He did not embellish. He did not even speak like a student in McGonagall's office. He spoke flatly, like a witness. When he had finished, Dumbledore's face was grave and McGonagall's was gray, and Snape's, at the window, had closed in on itself in some private complicated grief. "A domain," Dumbledore said softly. "You think he has the beginnings of a domain?" "I suspect, Headmaster. And the beings that are born in this castle, they have one too. They will, in a matter of days." "What happens," said McGonagall, "when one is born?" "The thing will," said Kian quietly, "expand." "Expand how?" "Everywhere inside its shape for a second, sometimes 2, sometimes 10. Inside that shape, inside the domain, the world behaves as the thing wants. Every person within the range is bound. Every attack the thing makes lands. Every creature lesser than it dies. Every sorcerer or witch trapped in it dies or loses their wits or both. There is no defense except to either have a stronger domain of one's own or to not be in the range when it opens." "Merlin," McGonagall breathed. "We call it domain expansion," said Kian, "because the word expand is the most honest word. It is not a spell, it is a making of the world smaller." Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. "I see," he said, "and the range. For this thing, if it is born, inside this castle, I do not know, a corridor, a hall, a tower, an acre of ground, we will not know until it opens. And Harry, a much smaller range, headmaster, a room, a classroom perhaps, not yet, not for a long time, but he is there somewhere in the process." "Yes." Another silence. Harry held the valve closed. He held it so hard his jaw ached with it. "Then," said Dumbledore, "there is a very great deal to do and very little time. Minerva," he opened his eyes, "the students will be told that there has been an accident on the stairs, that a structural investigation is in progress, and that every child is to move in pairs outside of lessons. Phileas will close the dungeon staircase and the 7th floor east corridor until further notice. Pomona will oversee the hospital wing. Severus, headmaster, I need you to find dolors. Now, and do not approach her. Observe only, report." Snape, without a word, was gone. McGonagall was already on her feet with her list of things to do. Kian, at Harry's shoulder, inclined his head at Dumbledore and did not speak. "Harry, sir." A moment. The office emptied. Kian, with one backward look at Harry that was almost an apology, left. The door closed. Dumbledore and Harry were alone. Harry, for the first time since September, could not read the old man's face. He did not know whether to sit or stand. He stood. "You were right," Dumbledore said, "sir. You were right not to come to me earlier." A very small, very tired smile. I have not been entirely here this year, for you, for any of you, for you most of all. A great many reasons do not excuse it, and I will offer you none of them now. I am sorry, Harry." Harry did not know what to do with this. He swallowed once and it came out audible. "Sir, not now. When we are out the other side of this, if we are, I would like to tell you properly why I have been a fool. For now," and the old man rose slowly and put a hand on Harry's shoulder, the weight of it unexpected and tired and solid. "For now, Harry, you have a new teacher, and I think you have the better of the bargain. Mr. Maury is a very good man." "Yes, sir." "I am asking you to do a very difficult thing." "Yes, sir." "I am asking you to be ready in perhaps 48 hours, perhaps less, to stand in front of a grown creature of a kind you have been training for 5 days. I am asking you to do this because I cannot, in the time that is left, find anyone else, any adult, any foreigner, any pair of foreigners who can do it faster than you. I would give my arms to do it instead of you. I cannot. I know, sir. And I am asking one more thing." "Yes, sir." "I am asking you not to die." Harry looked up. Dumbledore's eyes were wet. "Sir," he said, "I will want you to come home from this. You and Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger and Miss Lovegood. I will want all 4 of you to come home. I am past the age where I can bear to lose another set of 4 children. I am telling you for my own sake, not for yours, so you will know. I will not be able to bear it. So please, Harry, come home. I'll try, sir. I know you will." Dumbledore squeezed Harry's shoulder. He let go. He walked back to his chair and sat in it. And for a long, quiet moment he was only a very old man looking out of his window at the grounds of his school in the cold morning light. "Go on," he said. "Go and find Mr. Maury." Harry went. Outside, in the corridor, Hermione was waiting with a face like thunder, and Ron was waiting with a face like a man who had just been told, very politely, that his house was on fire. Luna was standing a little apart with her hands clasped at her chest. "Well," Hermione said, "it's here." "Here in what sense?" "Here in the castle, being born, a special grade. Merlin and Megan Jones, I know, Eddie told Luna. Luna told me." "Luna," Hermione turned, "Luna. Go and sit in the library. Not in an alcove, in the middle, near Madame Pince. Don't go anywhere alone. Don't leave the library until I come for you, please." "I was just going to," said Luna agreeably, and went with her skirt swishing a little back down the corridor. She turned once at the corner. She looked at Harry. She said, "You'll be all right." "Luna, you don't know that." "No," said Luna with her small private smile. "I said it to make you feel better. Was it useful?" He laughed. "It came out a bit wet." "Yeah," he said, "a bit. Good." She turned the corner. Cayenne was already in the room of requirement. He had not asked for a small, empty practice floor this time. The room had given him, instead, a wide, low space with long windows full of moving cloud and a pale wooden floor that had lines drawn on it, circles, squares, a central smaller circle inside a larger one, the chalky diagrams of some old, precise discipline. 4 mats were laid out in a rough ring. In the middle of the ring was a single low wooden stool. "Sit," said Cayenne. Harry sat. He sat on the stool. His legs were shaking a little. He had not noticed until now. "Breathe," said Cayenne. He crouched in front of Harry so their faces were level. "Breathe, Harry, long in, slow out. Find the hara, find the valve, close." Harry breathed. He found the hara, he closed the valve. He opened his eyes. "Better," said Cayenne softly. "Now, listen. We are going to try something that may not work. If it does not work, you will be tired. If it does work, you will be changed. Not for the worse, but changed. Are you willing?" "Yes." "You are not even going to ask what number?" Cayenne smiled briefly. "Good answer." He reached into his coat. From an inner pocket he drew a square of black silk. He unfolded it on the floor between them. On the silk lay a single small object. A circle of brass about the size of a large coin, with a hole in the middle, and around the circle's rim, in fine script, a line of characters Harry did not recognize. "This," said Cayenne, "is a, I will translate, mirror for the innards." "Lovely." "Yes, it is one of my own. It was my master's. Before him it was her master's. It is 5 generations old. It is the one, a small, shy pride, of which I am most fond. What it does, Harry, is it reflects your innate technique, if you have one. As you look at it for a long enough time without fear, you may see dimly the shape your domain is trying to take. You may not. No instrument works on everyone. But I would like to try. What do I do?" "You hold it. In your left palm, please, not your right. Your right is." Cayenne touched the back of Harry's right hand lightly, busy. "Rest it on your knee. Your left up, flat. Good. Now close your valve and open your eyes a little wider than they want to be open and look at the little hole." "How long?" "Until you see something, or until I tell you to stop." Harry took the coin. It was heavy, heavier than brass. It was also warm in a way that had nothing to do with Cayenne's coat pocket. He set it in his left palm. He opened his eyes. He looked at the hole in the center. Nothing happened. For perhaps a minute he stared at brass. The clouds outside the room's windows moved. His legs ached. His right hand pulsed faintly where the black flash mark under the skin lived. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Something happened. The hole in the center of the coin widened. It did not. He knew it did not. The coin was solid and the hole was the same hole, but the hole looked bigger. It looked down. It looked into a very great distance. The coin in his palm was the top of a well. At the bottom of the well he saw a room. It was a hall, long, high-ceilinged, floored with pale stone that had a faint, faint veining of gold. At the far end, very far, the length of perhaps a Quidditch pitch away, down the length of the hall, was a raised dais. And on the dais was a long table, and behind the table thrones. Not thrones, seats, tall-backed, lion-carved, and in the air above the table, held by nothing, was a set of balanced scales. The scales were not moving. They were in perfect, heavy-held equilibrium as if whatever they weighed was weighed exactly. In the middle of the hall on the veined stone a lion was sitting. Not a real lion, a stone lion, a statue on a low round plinth in the exact center of the room. Its head was up. Its mouth was a little open. Its eyes were closed. And as Harry watched, its eyes opened and they were gold and they looked, they saw him. Harry's whole body jolted. His left palm shut. The coin clicked against his fingers. Eyes came up fast and hard to Kyan's. Kyan on the floor in front of him had gone very still. "What did you see?" he asked very quietly. A hall, color, gold, pale gold, and white stone, and a table and chairs. How many chairs? 7. What was in the middle of the room? A lion, living, number a statue, but its eyes opened at the end. Kyan did not speak for a long moment. His blue eyes were, Harry saw, wet. "Oh," he said very softly. "Oh, Harry. What you have just described, yeah, is a court with a bench, with a jury of 7, with a weighing, with a guardian." Harry, Kyan reached out and laid a hand briefly on top of Harry's left hand, as if closing a book. "Harry, what you saw is beautiful. It is, how do I explain, it is very old, older than you, older than me. How? Your shape, Harry, the shape that lives inside you, is borrowed from somewhere much further back than your own mother and father, from the stone of this island, from the idea of this house you live in half the year. It is a Gryffindor's domain, Harry, not Godric's. Yours. But drawn out of the same well that his was drawn out of. The well of," Kyan sought the word, "a boy or a girl who has been told since birth that to do right is more important than to be safe. The well of the people for whom courage is not a feeling but a tool. Your room, your court, is the inside of that well." Harry could not speak. His throat had closed. "I did not expect this," Kyan said quietly, "from you. I thought you might have a room. I did not think you would have a court. I did not think I would meet a student ever at your age whose room had furniture in it. Harry, do you understand, number, that what you have just seen is what you will one day, if you live, put on the world? Because you will. Harry, you will. And on that day, on the day you put that room on the world for even a half second, very little will be able to stand inside it and continue to stand. Kyan, I am sorry. I'm 15, I know. I haven't judged anyone. You will, Harry, not in an ugly way, not." Kyan smiled briefly, "not like Madame Umbridge. Your bench is not cruel, your jury is 7, and your scales are balanced, Harry, they are balanced." He wiped his eyes with the heel of his hand. Harry had not seen him do that before. "Forgive me. I am tired and I am lonely and I have just seen the first new domain of my generation, Harry, in the eyes of a boy from an island a long way from mine. Excuse me, I am being unprofessional. It's fine." "It is not." "It is, Kyan, it's fine." They sat for a while longer. The clouds outside the room moved. The pale wooden floor did not make a sound. The warmth under Harry's hara pulsed once very quietly as if acknowledging what it had been seen to be. "Kyan." "Yes." Can I use it, now, today? If the thing in the castle, number no, Harry, not yet. Not listen to me, not today, not tomorrow, probably not this year. Opening a domain that is not ready for you costs you, Kyan struggled, costs you everything, your mind, your sight, yourself. It is not a single-use technique, it is a commitment. It is a thing you can only do the first time when you are capable of doing it twice. And you, Harry, today are not capable of doing it twice. But if the castle, then we defend the castle with what you can do. The ring, the flash, the hand, and he sighed, and I will do what I can. I can do a great deal more than I have shown you, Harry. I have. He touched his own forearm, the scar-seal forearm, with 2 fingers. I have been saving. For what? For what is coming. Yes. Harry looked down at the coin still in his palm. The hole in its middle was a hole again, small and brass and unremarkable. He folded the silk around it gently and handed it back. "Your masters," he said. "Her masters." "Her masters, right. Kyan, thank you for showing you a room." "Yeah. You are welcome, Harry." Kian pocketed the coin. He rose. Now, on your feet. We have, he glanced at the room's sky, about 8 hours, I think, before this thing begins to open its first small eyes to the castle. 8 hours to drill the ring, drill the black flash, drill the reinforcement, drill the... He paused. And to eat. You need to eat, Harry. Miss Granger will be very cross if you do not eat. Yeah. Come. He held out a hand. Harry, after a moment, took it. Kian's palm was warm. His grip was ordinary. His eyes, as he pulled Harry up off the stool, were the blue of a tiled roof at noon. At lunch in the great hall, the castle was quieter than any of them could remember. Conversations had gone to murmurs. A first-year Hufflepuff was crying openly into her soup, and nobody was pretending not to notice. And 2 third-year Slytherins had got up, awkwardly, and gone and sat with her. One on either side. Ernie Macmillan had stood up at the Hufflepuff table, and in a voice that shook at the edges, had said a few clumsy words about Megan Jones, who had, he said, once given him the last slice of treacle tart from her bag when he had forgotten lunch in 2nd year, and who had been, he was not good at this, he said, apologizing, but who had been a friend. He sat down. The hall clapped softly once and then went back to being quiet. At the high table, Umbridge had not appeared. Snape had not appeared. Dumbledore sat with his hands folded, not eating, watching the hall. McGonagall sat at his side, eating mechanically, as Scotswomen will when everything else is on fire. Hagrid was away, doing, everyone now realized, whatever urgent thing the headmaster had quietly sent him to do on the grounds. Harry, said Hermione quietly as she sat down opposite him, I have to tell you something. What? I went to the restricted section. Hermione, I had to, I'm sorry. Listen. There's a book in there, very old, by a man with a name I can't pronounce, but his name in Latin translates as one of the Wayers, Hermione. And in that book there is a passage about a kind of spirit that is born from what we would call institutional fear. Fear made by one person and felt by many. Fear with a purpose behind it, even if the purpose is small and petty. The book calls this kind of spirit the wretched pupil, said Harry without knowing why he said it. Hermione went very white. Yes, she said. Yes, how? That is the phrase in the book. Harry, how did? I don't know, he swallowed. I just knew. Across the table, Ron was staring at Harry, his toast halfway to his mouth. Mate, he said quietly. Yeah, you didn't just come up with that, did you? Number something told you. Yeah, something in the castle. Something, Harry said, that's going to, sometime very soon, try to introduce itself. Hermione closed her book. She closed it so carefully it was a kind of violence. Harry, she said, I think we need to get ready. Yeah, right now. Yeah. Behind them at the doors of the great hall, the doors opened. Umbridge came in. She was in her pink cardigan. She was smiling her small, tight, dreadful smile, and in one hand she carried a second pocket watch, different from the first, larger, silvery, its glass swirling with a dense, misty thing that moved like smoke. She did not look at the students. She crossed the hall with small, tidy steps. She took her seat at the high table. She poured herself a cup of tea. Behind her chair, the shadow on the wall was, again, the wrong shape. Only this time, Harry saw, it did not go away when the light moved. Sirius's head in the fire that night was older than Harry had ever seen it. Remus is here, he said. I'm handing him over. Lupin's head took Sirius's place in the flames. His face was thin. His eyes were very kind and also, Harry thought, very frightened. Harry, Professor. Not Professor, Remus. You have 5 minutes. Tell me everything you can. Harry told him. He was getting, he thought as he talked, unfortunately practiced at this. The valve, the ring, the flash, the hall, the lion, the 7 chairs. Lupin listened without interrupting. His eyes did not leave Harry's face. When Harry had finished, Lupin closed his own eyes for a long breath. When he opened them, he said slowly, as if picking each word up and setting it down, Harry, I want you to listen to me very carefully. Yes. The thing you are, the thing you have in you is not bad, and it is not wrong, and it is not a sign of anything. It is a gift. You hear me? It is a gift. Some people are born able to run very fast. Some people are born able to sing. Some people are born with what you have. It is not dark. It is not dark with the capital letter. It is the inside of your house now. You are allowed to live in it. Do you understand me? Yes. Kyan Mori is a friend. How do you? Because never mind, because I am on the Wolf's jury, Harry, and the Wolf's jury has its ear to the ground in Tokyo, and they have been sending assurances about him for a week. He is who he says he is. His last student died. He grieves. He will fight for you as if you were the last student he will ever have. Do you understand me? Yes. Good, Harry, yes. If it gets very bad tomorrow, if Umbridge, if it opens, if you have to run, I want you to promise me something. All right. You promise me you will run towards Ron and Hermione and Luna. Not away, towards. Even if it is harder, even if it is the stupid thing. You will go where they are. Because the four of you together, Harry, are stronger than you think. I have been a friend of 4 people once. Before you were born, I know how this works. Harry swallowed. I promise. Good lad, good lad. Lupin smiled, thin and wet. Sirius wants to come back. Ready? Ready. Sirius returned to the flames. Short version, Pronkslet. Yeah, I love you, don't die, come home, bring friends. I love you too. Go to bed, kiss your ring for me. Is that a phrase? Number, I'm making it a phrase. Kiss your ring, Pronkslet. Tell your ring Padfoot says hello. I will. Good night. The fire snapped back to orange. Harry sat back on his heels and put a hand, without thinking, flat against his own chest, and felt the warmth, the room, the court, the golden hall pulse once sleepy, as if saying yes, hello, understood. Outside the tower window in the dark grounds of the castle, somewhere between the lake and the forbidden forest, a single thin, cold line of frost ran across a patch of grass, 50 yards long, in a shape that was just almost a word. Almost Harry's name. They drilled all afternoon, and they drilled again after dinner, and they drilled a third time after Sirius's fire call, until none of them could stand up straight without putting a hand on the wall. The room, by late evening, had given up pretending to be anything other than a training hall. The windows had gone away. The chalky diagrams on the floor had multiplied. Straw dummies, 3 of them, stood in a rough triangle at the far end, and they were not ordinary straw dummies. Kyan had, quietly and without fuss, put a thin thread of cursed energy inside each one, so that they registered as targets to Harry's inner senses the way a candle flame registers to a hand in the dark. Again, said Kyan. Harry hit. Left hand this time. The black flash came, a little less clean than the night of Umbridge's office, but it came, and the dummy's head flew off and hit the wall and bounced. Again, Ron stepped in. Ron stepped in. He looked frankly terrified, which was fair. He had been terrified on and off for 2 days. He stood at Harry's shoulder with his wand gripped tight. Not a spell, Mr. Weasley, not yet. Only stand where I put you. Breathe. Harry, wrap him. Harry rapped. The warmth went out of his hara, down his left arm, across Ron's shoulders, down his back, and closed neatly at the hollow of his throat, the place, Harry realized with a small cold lurch, where the horse skull's fingers had been. Ron's breath hitched, just a little, just enough that Harry knew he had felt the wrap land exactly where he had felt the fingers. Oh, Ron said, small. All right, Harry said. Yeah, mate, yeah. Now, said Kyan, Mr. Weasley, cast Expelliarmus on the dummy. Left-hand dummy, 1 spell, go. Ron cast. The spell left his wand. It traveled the way any spell traveled and hit the dummy, and the dummy's arm fell off, and Ron blinked. That felt clean, said Kyan. Yeah, no drag. Yeah, because you cast inside Harry's ring. Your own energy did not bleed out. Harry's wrapping kept it in. It is, how do I say, it is a common technique in my country. To fight inside a partner's wrap, it makes for a very tight unit. Kyan's small, tired smile. Congratulations, Mr. Weasley. You have just become, I believe, the first English wizard in living memory to cast a spell from inside a cursed energy wrap. Lovely, Ron said faintly. I'd like to go and have a sit down. Soon. Hermione, step in. They drilled. By the end, Hermione, who had read 5 books on cursed energy that morning and understood none of them, and had nonetheless, with the stubborn courage that Harry now thought of as the single most Gryffindor thing about her, could stand in Harry's wrap and cast, and her spells were cleaner, too, and Luna could stand in it and hum, which Cain allowed because he said it seemed to calm the ring. And Harry could hold all 3 of them in the wrap at once for a count of 60 before he swayed on his feet, and Cain caught his elbow and said, "That's enough, Harry. That's a very great deal. Sit down, good boy, sit down." They sat. Harry's arms were shaking. Luna's toffees were passed around. Ron gave Harry his thermos without being asked, and Harry drank hot sweet tea that had, he thought, never tasted so good in his life. "Tomorrow," said Cain quietly, "it will come." "How do you know tomorrow?" said Hermione. "Because," said Cain, "of the frost on the lawn, the line of frost below Gryffindor Tower. It was a a pattern word. A thing that forms just before a special grade is born. The letters are imperfect. They fail to complete. But they are letters, they are our letters, a name, a signature." He looked at Harry with something unreadable. "Yours, mine, yours, it has found you. It has written your name on your school's grass. That is how we know." "That's delightful," said Ron, brightly brittle. "I am sorry," said Cain. "I am really, truly sorry, Mr. Weasley. Don't apologize to me, mate, apologize to him. He has been apologized to enough times this week." "Right, fair." They sat there, the 5 of them in the training room at almost midnight, and the warmth in Harry's hara settled, and the castle, which could be felt now, through the floor, in a way Harry had never felt it as a first year or a second year or a third year, held them in its enormous patient watching, and waited. At 2 in the morning, Harry could not sleep. He got up very quietly, so as not to wake Ron, whose snoring had deepened into the particular heavy snoring of a man who had drunk 2 cups of hot tea and exhausted himself and not eaten enough. Harry put on his dressing gown and his slippers, and he walked down the dormitory steps and through the common room, empty, the fire down to embers, and out of the portrait hole, and he walked, without quite deciding to the window at the end of the 7th-floor corridor that looked over the grounds. The moon was up. The grass was silver, and on the grass directly below Gryffindor Tower, a little to the east, the frost line was still there. A long pale scar on the lawn, 50 yards in a half-letter, a half-name, not fully formed, but trying. Something R. Harry watched it for a long time. Behind him the corridor was silent. The castle slept. Somewhere a clock ticked. The portraits dozed. Even Peeves had, for once, gone home to whatever unlovely place Peeves went home to. A very faint voice, not spoken aloud, the voice Harry recognized of the thing that lived in Umbridge's office, pressed up against the inside of his skull, the way it had in the corridor, and said, "Hello, Harry." Harry did not speak. He only looked at the frost. "You have been hiding from me," the voice said. "Not very well." Harry did not answer. "I am almost finished," the voice said. "Tomorrow, Harry, I will see you tomorrow. Would you like me to come for Ron first, or for Luna first, or for Hermione first? I do not mind. I am a democratic thing." "None of them," said Harry aloud, very softly, very flat. "You come for me first." The voice was silent for a long moment. "Oh," it said, "oh, what a Gryffindor little thing to say. I mean it. I know you do. And Harry, one last thing." "What?" "The woman in pink. She is very happy. You have, how do I say, you have been good for her. Do not be afraid of her tomorrow. She is only the door." Harry closed his eyes. The frost on the lawn below pulsed once with a tiny, satisfied cold. "I am the room," the voice said. Then it was gone, and the night was only the night, and Harry stood at the window for a long time with his forehead pressed against the cold glass, and he did not cry, and he did not speak, and he did not open the valve. After a while, Hermione came down the stairs from her dormitory in her own dressing gown and stood beside him without asking. She took his hand. Her fingers were cold and his were cold, and between them in the joined palm the warmth pulsed quietly, patiently, steadily. "Can't sleep," she said. "Number me neither." "Hermione." "Yes. It just spoke to me." "I know. How do you? I felt you flinch from down the stairs." "I felt it, Harry. In the rap. That must be what Kian meant about with practice. I felt it. Are you all right?" "Number no," she said quietly. "Me neither." They stood at the window with their hands joined and looked down at the half-name on the lawn. Far away at the edge of the forest, a small light moved, a lantern, Hagrid's probably, Hagrid out doing whatever Dumbledore had sent him out to do, and bobbed along the tree line and went on. "Harry," Hermione said after a while. "Yeah. We'll be ready." "Yeah. All four of us." "Yeah. And whatever Kian can do, he'll do." "Yeah. And Dumbledore, yeah. And Harry, yeah. I love you, in the sister way, you know. The four of us way. I don't often say it. I'm saying it now, in case." Harry, for a very long time, could not speak. He held her hand in his and watched the half-letter on the lawn, and finally, quietly, carefully, he said, "Yeah, same, sister way, four of us, same." "Good." She squeezed his fingers. "Bed, bed." They went back to the tower. Harry, lying in his four-poster with the hangings drawn, listened to Ron snore and to the wind in the chimneys, and to, very faintly, very small, the quiet, patient pulsing of the court inside himself that nobody else would ever sit in unless he invited them. And he closed his eyes, and somewhere in the half-space between waking and sleeping a lion with golden eyes looked at him from a very long way off and slowly, regally, sat down on its plinth and was still. In the dream that followed, because there was a dream, though Harry would only remember it in flashes, he was walking down the long hall of his court toward the 7 empty chairs, and his footsteps on the veined stone rang clean and golden, and the scales above the bench were balanced, and the lion on its plinth turned its head as he passed and watched him go. And Harry understood, the way you understand in dreams without being told, that he was not yet allowed to sit at the bench, but that he was allowed to walk the length of the hall, and that someday he would sit, and that the lion was waiting, patient as stone, for that day to come. He woke once in the night briefly to hear Ron murmur something in his sleep that sounded like Harry, ring, good, and to feel in his own hara a small warmth that was not his own, Ron's, tiny and unschooled and genuine, sending back down the link what it had been given. Harry smiled in the dark. He went back to sleep. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5. Umbridge Unbound. The morning was a Hogsmeade weekend, and Dumbledore, against McGonagall's furious argument against Snape's Silent One, did not cancel it. "Minerva," he said, in her office at 7 o'clock, "if we cancel today's visit, we tell every child in the castle that something terrible is about to happen. That is a thing most of them already suspect. Confirming it will empty the school of any remaining calm we have. And Dolores," his voice was careful, "Dolores is going to make her move today. We have every reason to think so. I would rather she make it in a street where there are other adults than in a corridor with children. Do you disagree?" "I disagree," McGonagall said. "I disagree in the strongest possible terms, Albus." "Then let it be known." "Let it be known. I think it is folly." "I know. I think if one child dies today who did not need to, I will never forgive you for it." A long, quiet pause. "I know, Minerva," Dumbledore said softly. "I would not forgive myself either. But I think I have thought about this all night. I think the least dangerous thing now is to let what will happen out in the open. In daylight, on a street, with Aurors, with Kian, with us, with God help me, Harry, rather than in a stairwell while the rest of the school is eating breakfast." McGonagall closed her eyes. She breathed in. She breathed out. "Very well," she said. "Then tell me what you want me to do." "I want you to be ready to evacuate the village, Minerva, at my word." "I am ready." I want you to place yourself, personally, in the three broomsticks, with Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger and Miss Lovegood and Mr. Potter inside it until such time as Mr. Morey signals. Albus, Harry won't sit in the three broomsticks. Yes, he will, because I am going to ask him to. Dumbledore's voice did not change. I am going to ask him to trust me, Minerva, to bring him out when the time is right, and he will because he is a better boy than I deserve. McGonagall looked at Dumbledore for a long moment without speaking. I hope you are right, Albus, she said at last. So do I, Minerva. So do I. Hogsmeade in early autumn was, even now, a picture. The air was cold and bright. Smoke rose from 36 chimneys in neat white columns. A small wind plucked leaves off the chestnut by honeydukes and laid them, in little piles, at the doors of the shops. Children in scarves, a fifth-year girl in Hufflepuff yellow, a third-year boy in Ravenclaw blue, 3 second-year Slytherins with their arms linked, wandered up the main street calling to each other about treacle fudge and chocolate skeletons. The bell on Zonko's door jingled. A man with a broom was sweeping the pavement outside the post office. It's too normal, said Hermione low beside Harry. Yeah. It's too, yeah. They were walking in a loose square. Harry at the front, Ron to his left, Hermione to his right, Luna trailing slightly behind with her hands in the pockets of her long blue coat. Cayan was 40 yards behind them, out of sight, with Professor Sprout, whom he had somehow befriended overnight. 2 Aurors Harry did not recognize were pretending to browse the window of Madame Puddifoot's. McGonagall was ahead, ostensibly visiting Madame Rosmerta. Dumbledore, who had not come down into the village by prior agreement, was at the edge of the tree line above the road, watching. The ring around the 4 of them was tight. Harry had woken at dawn to put it on. He had held it without relaxing for 2 hours, and he could feel it now, steady and warm, a soft pulsing shell around the shoulders of his friends. Ron, he said. Yeah. If it starts, I know. You run to Hermione. I know, Harry. And Hermione runs to Luna, and Luna runs to me, said Ron, and I make her get into the 3 broomsticks and you chase the bad thing and McGonagall comes and sits on my head. Yeah, I've got it, Harry, yeah. I love you, mate, just, yeah, you too. Luna behind them said conversationally, I can hear you both being emotional, it's very lovely. Shut up, Luna. All right. At the corner of the main street and the side street to the Shrieking Shack, Harry stopped. Umbridge was standing outside the 3 broomsticks. She was in pink. She was in a long, rather elegant traveling coat he had never seen before, over the familiar cardigan. She was, Harry saw, with a sick little jolt, not alone. A tall, thin man in a tidy dark suit stood at her shoulder, and at the other shoulder a small, round woman in a ministry robe, and behind them a dozen others, reporters, a photographer with a flash camera, 2 neatly dressed 15-year-old Slytherins Harry did not know. Umbridge was smiling. She was holding in one gloved hand her silvery pocket watch. The watch was open. The smoke inside it, the dense, misty thing that moved like smoke, was moving faster now. Oh no, Hermione whispered. Don't stop, Harry said quietly and kept walking. Keep moving. Nothing's happened. Don't stop. They crossed the street at an angle. They were headed for Honeydukes. They did not stop. They did not look. They went on. Umbridge saw them. Her face lit up. It lit up in a specific way that Harry had never seen on any human face in his life, except, he realized with a small wet lurch of memory, once. On the face of a boggart that had taken the shape of Voldemort 3 years ago in a classroom, a look that wanted. Oh, Mr. Potter, Umbridge called brightly. A word, if you please. Harry did not stop. Mr. Potter. He walked on. Mr. Potter, surely you will not be rude in front of. He kept walking. He opened the valve a thread. The ring around his friends tightened without his asking it to. Behind him he heard Umbridge's small, tight laugh, the laugh of a woman who had expected to be ignored and had planned for it. The watch in her hand opened further. The smoke came out. It did not come out all at once. It came out in a thin, long, black stream like a ribbon being pulled through the air. It came out of the watch and hung for an extended stupid moment like the pennant of a flag, and then it uncoiled and it poured. It poured onto the cobbles of the main street. It pooled. The pool grew. Within a count of 3, the pool was 10 feet across. Within a count of 5, the cobbles under the pool were not cobbles anymore. They were dark and deep and cold. And a third-year Hufflepuff walking past stepped onto the edge of the pool without looking. And her left foot went down into the dark, and down and kept going down, and she screamed, and Ron, bless him, Ron, did what all the drills had trained him to do. He went for the nearest girl. He grabbed the Hufflepuff under the arms and he yanked, and her foot came out, bootless, toeless, the sock smoking, and she fell against Ron's chest, sobbing. "Run!" Ron yelled. "All of you run!" The pool spread faster. "Evacuate!" bellowed Professor McGonagall, up the street, in a voice nobody, ever in a crisis, could fail to hear. "Evacuate the street! On your feet! Move, children, move! To the 3 broomsticks, Go! Cyan, from nowhere, from 40 yards behind, from thin air, was there. He came down the street in a long, low running step that was not a spell but was also clearly not ordinary running. He arrived at Harry's shoulder in the space of a second and a half. He said in a voice that was not raised but was very, very close to Harry's ear, "Harry, ring the children, not them. The ring. The ring, Harry." Now Harry pushed. He did not use the rap. The rap was too small, too intimate, too personal. He pushed with both hands, palms out, the way he had pushed at the thing in the clearing 1,000 years ago. He pushed a wide, thin, open bloom of his own warmth outward along the street, not at Umbridge, not at the pool, but at the children, at the fleeing small scarved shapes, at Hermione running for Luna, at Ron half carrying the Hufflepuff 3rd year, at a tiny 1st-year girl 2 shops away who had frozen in the middle of the street and was whimpering, and the bloom, when it reached them, did not hold them. It only touched them, lit them up briefly in his own warmth, marked them. "Good," Cyan breathed. "Now they will not take the children first. They will taste them and come for us." Cyan, "Yes. How do I stay where you are? Hold your valve. Watch." Cyan lifted his left forearm. He put the fingers of his right hand on the inside of his left forearm on the pale scar seal, and he said a syllable, a single short syllable in a language Harry did not know, and the seal on his arm opened. It opened like a book. A single long pale glyph unfolded itself from the skin and hung, for half a heartbeat, in the air above his arm like a moth drying its wings. Then it slid, quick, clean, down his arm, into his hand, into the air in front of him, and took shape. It was a spear. It was not a metal spear. It was light, but light with weight, light that bent the air behind it, perhaps 9 feet long, tapering to a point thinner than a needle. Its shaft had characters on it. Its haft was bound in some dark material Harry could not name. Cyan turned it in his hand the way a man turns a pen he is used to, and when he did, the air along the length of the spear hummed, faintly and coldly, like a tuning fork the size of a wall. "What?" Harry breathed. "I was saving this," Cyan said. He was not looking at Harry. He was looking at the pool on the cobbles, which was now 15 feet across, and at Umbridge standing on the far side of it, smiling in her pink and her traveling coat. I am afraid, about to spend it." "Cyan, Harry, yes." "If I fall, you do not." Cyan's blue eyes flicked briefly to his. "You do not come for me. You take your friends. You take Professor McGonagall. You go to the 3 broomsticks and you get inside and you lock the door. Your headmaster will come. He will come. Do you understand me?" "Yes." "Good." "Cyan, yes. Don't fall." A very brief smile. "I will try." He stepped forward, and at the same moment in the middle of the pool something stood up. It did not rise from under the surface of the pool. The pool was not water. The thing stood up on top of it a little at a time, pulling itself together in the air, gathering itself out of the smoke. It was tall. It was the tallness of a grown man. It was dressed in what Harry only later understood as a school uniform, a tidy small gray tie, a neat buttoned jacket, shiny black shoes, but there was no child in the uniform. The body wearing it was the body of an elongated, wrong, pale-skinned thing, long-fingered, narrow-shouldered, with a head too small and a mouth too wide and eyes. The eyes were small pink hearts. Harry, afterwards, would not be able to describe the smile. The smile was, everyone who survived it agreed, the worst part. "Oh dear," said the thing in a voice that was Umbridge's voice exactly, polished and sweet and pleased. "Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Children out of uniform, children out of line, children running, dear, dear, dear." "Madam Umbridge," said Cain clearly and politely, "step away from the animal. I am going to kill it." Umbridge, the real Umbridge, still on the cobbles, laughed a small round laugh. "Mr. Maury," she said happily, "I am the animal." The wretched pupil, in its gray tie, its tidy jacket, its polished shoes, stepped off the pool of smoke and onto the cobbles. Wherever its shoes touched, the stone went black. Where it walked, a line of dead cold ran behind it like a snail trail. It did not look at Harry yet. It looked delighted at Cain's spear. "Oh," it said in Umbridge's voice, "what a clever little thing." Cain moved. He moved in exactly the way he had that first morning in the cloister, in a single unhurried step, as if the air had raised him forward as a favor, and then he was simply closer, 8 feet closer, the spear out to its full length, its point at the pupil's throat. The pupil laughed. "Manners, Mr. Maury." "No," said Cain and drove the spear home. The spear hit the pupil's throat. It did not go through. It stopped as if a rod of iron had been hit against stone. The pupil, with a long too-many-knuckles hand, caught the shaft of the spear and closed its fingers on it. And Cain twisted his wrist in a way Harry could not follow. And the spear spun and left the pupil's grip and reappeared in Cain's offhand and struck in 2 more places. Twice. Once at the knee and once at the solar plexus. And both of those also did not go through but left long pale scars on the uniform, like ice under varnish. And then the spear was at the pupil's throat again. And stopped and stayed. The pupil stopped laughing. "Mr. Maury," it said with interest, "you came with weight." "I came," said Cain quietly, "with my father's weight, and his father's and hers." "Step away from the animal." The pupil's smile widened. "Stay in it," it said to Umbridge over its shoulder. "Do not leave. You are too good a dress to take off." Umbridge, the human one, smiled. "Of course, darling," she said, and she stepped into the pupil. She did not walk. Her feet did not move. Her body, in its traveling coat, in its pink cardigan, paled and thinned, and as Harry watched, sick, unable to look away, was drawn into the wretched pupil as a handkerchief is drawn up into a sleeve. The two became one. The pupil's head tilted. Its tidy uniform shifted. Its mouth, still too wide, reshaped minutely to hold something a little more Umbridge-like behind the lips. Its hair grayed a little at the roots. Its small pink heart eyes did not change. "Oh, lovely," said the pupil in a voice that was now fully, terribly Umbridge's. "Mr. Maury, I believe I am whole." Cain did not answer. He attacked. It was the fastest thing Harry had ever seen a human being do. Cain covered the 12 feet between himself and the pupil in no visible time. And then there was a shape on the cobbles that was Cain and spear and pupil, tangled. And the spear struck 8 times, 9 times, 10 times, each strike a small dry crack, each strike leaving a long, cold, pale line on the pupil's jacket, none of them going in. The pupil caught the spear twice. The pupil grabbed Cain's wrist once. Cain slipped the grip. The pupil caught his coat. Cain left the coat, shrugged it off in one motion as if it were a glove, and kept moving. The pupil howled. It howled not in pain but in delight. "Oh," it said, "oh, Mr. Maury, this is lovely." Cain landed. Harry saw it and knew what he was seeing, a black flash. The air between Cain's right fist and the pupil's chest went monochrome for 1/10 of a second. A line of gold. A crack, sharp as broken glass. The pupil's jacket tore open above the breast and a fist-shaped gouge opened in the pale skin under it, dark and wet and wrong. The pupil staggered. It staggered 2 steps. For an instant, the triumphant smile was not a smile, it was surprise, then it straightened. The wound on its chest, the gouge, did not close, but it did not deepen either. It hung open, a black mouth in the white. "Oh dear," the pupil said. "Oh dear, Mr. Mori, that was—" "I can land another," said Kyan, breathing hard. "How many?" "As many as I have to." "2 more," said the pupil with something like affection, "and you will be empty. 3 and you will be dead." "Yes." "Are you going to, Mr. Mori?" "Yes." "Why?" Kyan's eyes were the eyes of the man Harry had met in the rain in the cloister. They were steady. They were, he saw now, entirely unafraid. "Because," Kyan said, "I have been saving." He struck. Second flash. A crack. A line of gold. The pupil staggered backward a full step this time. A second gouge opened, low on its stomach, and something dark came out of it that was not blood. Mr. Mori, third flash. The third was different. Harry would, every day for the rest of his life, remember the third. Kyan's fist moved, and this time Harry saw, very clearly in the slow motion that the warmth in him made of the world sometimes. The pale glyphs of the seal on Kyan's forearm rising off the skin as he punched. The seal was coming off. Spent. The spear in his other hand was dimming. The ring at his throat, where a small coolness had lived all morning, was gone. He was putting everything he had left into one punch at the cost of everything he had been keeping back. The crack was not a crack. It was a snap, like a bone breaking inside a closed room. The pupil's chest caved. A hole the size of a dinner plate opened straight through it. The small pink heart eyes went wide. Kyan fell. He fell slowly. He fell with his fist still out. He fell to one knee, and then to his other knee, and then forward onto his palms. And the spear, the beautiful inherited spear, dimmed in his hand and went out and was gone. And Kyan Mori was on all fours on the cobbles of Hogsmeade in a plain white shirt, with his forearms bare and the seals faded to pink scars, and his back rising and falling in long shuddering breaths. The pupil with the hole in its chest did not fall. "Oh, Mr. Mori," it said gently. It bent down. It put its long, cold, white fingers under Kyan's chin and lifted his face. "Oh, Mr. Mori, so nearly, so very nearly." Kyan, on his hands and knees, looked up into its heart's four eyes. He said, "I am not finished." "Oh, yes, you are, dear." "No, madam." "Mr. Mori, I have a student," Kyan said quietly and smiled. "Harry, would you do me the enormous kindness?" "Harry!" Hermione screamed from somewhere to his left. Harry had already moved. He had not been told to. He had been told by Kyan an hour ago in the room to stay back. He had been told by Dumbledore last night in his office to trust. He had promised to Lupin in the fire to run towards his friends. All of these things were true, and all of them he kept, and all of them were not, right now, the thing that mattered. What mattered was that Kyan was on his knees, and Kyan was not going to get up. And the thing holding Kyan's chin would kill him if Harry did not now and immediately put himself between them. He did. He ran. He was not a good runner, he was a flyer, but he ran, and Ron shouted his name, and Hermione shouted his name, and Luna astonishingly laughed once, bright as a bell. And the ring around the four of them went tight and hot and ready, and Harry skidded to a stop on the cobbles 6 feet from the pupil, and he raised his hands and he pushed. The push was not clean. It was not the ring, it was not the wrap, it was not the flash. It was all of them at once, everything he had, shoveled out of his chest in a wild, bright, untidy bloom, and it hit the pupil in the side of the head like a bucket of boiling water. The pupil's hand dropped. It turned its head unhurried and regarded Harry with its pink heart eyes. "Harry Potter," it said. "Leave him," Harry said. "Mr. Potter." "Leave him," I said. "Mr. Potter," the pupil said in Umbridge's voice, "you are going to be such an interesting boy this year." "Are you going to have a go, dear?" "Yes." "Marvelous." Kian, on his hands and knees between them, his head lolled forward, his breath slow, said, in the thinnest, clearest voice Harry had ever heard him use, "Harry, don't, Kian, not today. Kian, I can't run. I can't leave you. Yes, you can. I am." Kian's head lifted barely. "I am asking, Harry, as your teacher. Run, get them inside. Wait for," he coughed, and a little blood came for the old man. "Do not fight her without him. Do you hear me? Kian, do you hear me?" "Yes." The pupil bent down again. With infinite patience, it closed its hand around the back of Kian's neck. "Take him if you will," it said in a tone that was almost kind. "I will let you. My Kian and I shall talk a little later. Go along, dear, take your teacher." "I have." It looked past Harry down the road, and Harry did not turn, but he felt the street behind him, felt the children running, felt up the road McGonagall already at the Three Broomsticks door, felt Dumbledore at the tree line above, felt the two Aurors and their drawn wands, felt it all. "I have so much still to do here." "Go." Harry could not move for a second. Then Luna, small Luna in her blue coat, was beside him. Ron was on his other side. Hermione had come up behind. Without a word, the four of them, as one animal, bent and got Kian under the arms and began, staggering, stumbling, because Kian was a full-grown man and none of them began to drag him backwards up the street towards the Three Broomsticks. The pupil watched them go. It did not follow. At the door of the Three Broomsticks, McGonagall, without speaking, white in the face, took Kian's weight from the three smallest of them and hauled him inside. Rosmerta, behind the bar, was already clearing a table. The Aurors slammed the door. Bolts went down. Iron shutters fell across the windows with a crash. A fire in the grate, lit in a hurry, went up cleanly. Kian was on his back on a table. His white shirt was wet at the chest. Rosmerta had a tea towel pressed to the wound. Harry had a hand in Kian's. Kian's eyes were closed. "Kian, Harry, you are not allowed to die." "No, Harry, you are not allowed. We had 3 more weeks." "I know, I'm sorry. Don't be sorry, don't be sorry, I am not dying yet," Kian said with a faint smile. "I am only very tired." The door of the Three Broomsticks thudded, not from the wind, from a footstep, an enormous footstep. The floor under Harry's boots vibrated. Another, and another. Outside, the pupil was walking down the street. McGonagall was at the door with her wand drawn. The two Aurors were at the 2 nearest windows. Ron had gone to stand between Kian and the stairs. Hermione had Luna firmly against the bar. Harry was still holding Kian's hand. "Harry," Kian said, "Yeah, you were told not to fight today." "I wasn't going to. You ran out there." "I wasn't going to fight, I was just standing." Kian, with enormous effort, smiled, stood beautifully. "Kian, Harry, yeah, now you must." "What?" "Must fight. I did not kill it. I made it hurt. It is still in the street. The old man is coming. He is very close. When he comes, you will go out and you will," a pause, a wet cough, "you will stand at his side and between you will." "Kian, I can't do a." "Yes, you can." "Kian, Harry, listen, you saw the hall, you walked the hall in your dream last night. How do you? Because it is the next thing one does after seeing it. You walked to the bench, you did not sit. Good, do not sit yet, but Harry, open the door." "I don't know how to open the door." "You will." A breath, a bad breath. "I am going to give you my last thing. Listen to me, Kian, rest, listen, the last thing on me, the last strand. You take it, I do not need it any more. Take." He lifted Harry's hand. He pressed Harry's palm to his own chest, and something passed. Harry did not have words for it afterwards. Something quiet and warm and a little shy and very old left Kian's chest under his palm and traveled down Harry's arm and went to his hara and settled there beside his own warmth as a dog settles beside a sibling in a basket. It was not domination. It was not binding. It was a gift. A small precious thing Kian had been keeping under his pillow. Harry, with tears on his face, said, "What was that?" "A key, Harry." "A key to what?" Kian, with his last smile of the day, said, "To the door you do not yet know how to open." His hand went limp in Harry's. His eyes closed. "Kian, not dead, Harry, A thread of voice, asleep wake me after. His head fell to the side. Outside, with a long, slow tread, the pupil reached the corner of the street and turned to face the 3 broomsticks. Inside, Harry Potter stood up from the table where his teacher lay and wiped his face with the back of his right hand, and the gold line under his knuckles under the skin brightened very slightly in the firelight. "Ron," he said without turning, "look after him. Harry, Hermione, Luna, you too with Ron, all 3 of you. If it gets through the door, you get out the back. I mean it. Through the kitchen, over the wall, up to the castle. Go, Harry, Hermione. Yes, I love you in the sister way right now, out loud, in front of everybody." Hermione made a small, ragged sound and did not reply. McGonagall at the door did not turn her head, but in a voice Harry had never heard her use, she said, "Potter, Professor, if you die out there today I know. I will never ever I know, Professor." A long pause. "Go," she said. "The headmaster is coming up the road, I see him. Go, Potter, go." He went to the door. He paused. He looked back once at Cayenne on the table. Then he opened the door and he stepped out into Hogsmeade, and the wretched pupil in its gray uniform, 60 feet away, saw him come and smiled. Dumbledore was, by then, at the other end of the street. He was walking. He was not hurrying. Harry, stepping off the threshold of the 3 broomsticks, looked past the pupil and saw the headmaster 60 yards the other way, coming down the lane from the direction of the shrieking shack. His purple robes moved a little in the wind. His beard was, against all the ordinary rules of Dumbledore, at work. Untidy, his hair was looser than Harry had ever seen it. His face, at that distance, was the face of a man who had decided that there was, just now, no further time for anything resembling grace. The pupil, turning its head slightly to track Dumbledore with one small pink heart eye and Harry with the other, said, "Oh, lovely, both of you." "Dolors," said Dumbledore gently. "Come out of it, my dear." "I am perfectly comfortable, headmaster." "Dolors, please come out." "No, dear." Dumbledore, at 30 yards, stopped. He breathed out once very slowly. Then, without taking his eyes from the pupil, he said, at a conversational volume with the careful diction of a man pitching his words for one listener, "Harry, sir, we shall not, I think, attempt to kill it today. Sir, we shall attempt to push it back, to wound it enough that it retreats. It has, as Mr. Maury showed it, a great many weaknesses. We shall exploit them. We shall not finish it. It is not a day for finishing. Today we are—" A very small smile flickered. "Today we are a delaying action. Sir, I also, Harry, sir. I am very sorry about Mr. Maury. Yes, sir. He is alive, just. Good, good. Then will you walk with me a little?" "Yes, sir." They walked. Harry from the tavern end, Dumbledore from the road end, toward each other, slow, steady paces, with the pupil in the center of the street between them. The pupil had its head tilted in pleased interest. Its hands were clasped in front of it, like a teacher about to call register. The hole in its chest was closing, very slowly, the edges knitting back like something being pulled under wet paper. "It is healing," Harry said. "Yes, Harry. Sir, if we push, don't think, not for another minute. Only stand at my side. Only breathe. May I feel your energy, Harry?" "Yes, sir." "I am not going to take any, Harry. I am only going to look." "Yes, sir." Dumbledore, still walking, let his right hand drift a little outward toward Harry as Harry came within 20 feet of him. Harry felt, very briefly, like a finger laid on the back of his hand, Dumbledore's attention on the warmth in his hara. The old man's breath hitched, just once, and then returned to its calm rhythm. "Extraordinary," Dumbledore said softly. "Sir, later." They stopped side by side, 10 feet from the pupil. The pupil smiled sweetly. "Headmaster," it said, "you are going to push me back." "Yes, Dolors. Why not kill me?" "Because, Dolors, the castle is my responsibility, and there are children in it who have not yet been told where to stand. When the children are in their places, I will come and finish you at my leisure. Today I am only going to ask you to go somewhere else and wait. Dear headmaster." "Yes, Dolors." Your little Mr. Potter has something else now, something he did not have when I tasted him this morning. Yes, Dolors. He has Mr. Morey's last thread. Yes, Dolors. Oh dear. Yes, Dolors, oh dear. And you think between you will, yes, Dolors. I love how polite your people are, headmaster. I shall enjoy eating one every Sunday. Harry, said Dumbledore without turning his head, push. Harry pushed. He pushed with the bloom, the wide, clean bloom, the one he had sent up the street to mark the children. Only this time he did not bloom it out to a wide sky. He shaped it. He let the new, warmer, quieter thing Cain had given him, the key, sit in the middle of his push like a hand guiding a stone. He pushed forward. A tight, narrow, golden column of his warmth, the column with the shape of a single pointing finger, rose out of his chest, off his extended right hand, and went. Dumbledore pushed at the same moment. What came out of Dumbledore was not cursed energy. Harry would only know this long afterwards. It was magic. It was a great, clean, quiet wall of ordinary, old-fashioned, wandless magic, white and grave as winter sunshine, and it struck the pupil at the same instant that Harry's gold column struck it in the center of the chest. The pupil did not expect magic. Magic, which had for weeks been the meat of its diet, magic which went into it and disappeared without touching it, did not go into it this time. It had not been braced for magic. Magic from the hand of Albus Dumbledore struck it in the side of the head like an oak tree being dropped on a glass vase, and the pupil's head snapped sideways, and something at the base of its neck went audibly crack, and it was still staggering from this when Harry's column hit it in the center of the chest. Both wounds opened. The pupil went down to one knee. "Oh," it said, delighted. "Oh, you clever old man." "Dolors," said Dumbledore, "go home." "Never." "Dolors, go somewhere else for today until we are ready for you." "I shall not, Harry," said Dumbledore gently, "again." Harry pushed again. This time, with the pointing of Cain's key to guide him, the column was narrower. It was thinner. It was almost a spear, Harry thought, with a small, startled inner laugh at himself. And the column of gold went into the pupil's chest with the neat, heavy sound of a door being slammed shut, and the pupil screamed. Genuinely screamed. In Umbridge's voice. A high, thin, polite scream. Dumbledore struck a third time, and a fourth, not with columns, with something that was almost a wave, something that made the air hot and bright all down the lane for 2 seconds. The pupil on one knee lifted its arms to shield its face, and laughed and wept and screamed and laughed again all at once, a mouthful of sounds it should not have been able to make, and then it looked at Harry. "Mr. Potter," it whispered very tenderly, "next time." Then in a single unclean motion, it bent in half and folded and was suddenly small and darker, and at the center of its smallness, curling back into itself, was a pink cardigan Umbridge, only Umbridge, just Umbridge, who looked up at Harry and at Dumbledore with eyes that were small and pink and human, and full of a delighted, enormous laughter. Then the cobbles under her dropped open. A black hole. An instant, not of smoke this time, of genuine dark, of the dark inside a pupil of an eye. Umbridge fell through it neat, unhurried, as a woman steps through a doorway to her own office, and the hole closed up behind her with a tidy wet click, and the cobbles sealed, and the street of Hogsmeade was a street of Hogsmeade again. Cold, clear, mid-morning, a chestnut shedding its leaves, smoke rising from chimneys, not entirely the same as it had been. Harry did not move for a long time. His arm was still up. "Put it down, Harry," Dumbledore said softly. Harry put it down. "Is she gone for now?" "Sir, where did she—" "To Voldemort." Harry turned his head hard and looked at Dumbledore. The old man was, Harry saw now at close range, pale. He was more than pale, he was grayish. He was breathing slowly on purpose, the way a man breathes who has decided not to show to anyone nearby that breathing is difficult today. "Sir, later, Harry." "Sir, is that what I did she?" "She did not go to Voldemort of her own accord, Harry. She was pulled. By him. He had clearly given her a string on her wrist before she came here this morning. A string he could pull, he has pulled it. He has her now. Sir, Voldemort knows about cursed energy. He does now, Harry. That is a new and difficult thing which we will think about tomorrow. Today, we are going to pick up Mr. Mori and carry him to the castle. Today, we are going to have a very long talk with Professor Snape about who else in this country has been selling what Dollars has been buying. Today, we are going to let you sit beside Mr. Mori in the hospital wing for as long as you like. A pause. A small, tired smile. Today, Harry, you have done a very great thing, and an old man is very, very proud of you. Sir, come. They carried Cain to the castle on a stretcher. McGonagall conjured out of the bar of the 3 broomsticks. Madame Pomfrey met them in the entrance hall with Dobby at her elbow. Dobby had been informed of the situation by Luna Lovegood in a whispered conference 10 minutes earlier, and was, by then, carrying a small tray of hot broth and 2 kinds of chocolate. Cain did not wake. But his breathing, Pomfrey said, after the first quick assessment in her short, uncompromising voice, his breathing was steady, and the wound in his chest was an ordinary wound plus 2 other things that were not ordinary, and she, in the way of matrons everywhere, had seen worse and would treat him. She pronounced the word treat with enough steel in it to refloat the armada. Harry sat beside the bed. He did not let go of Cain's hand. Ron and Hermione and Luna sat in a row on the bed opposite. Professor McGonagall stood at the foot with her arms folded. Snape very quietly stood just inside the door with his arms behind his back looking at the floor. Dumbledore was in the corner in a chair with his eyes closed. For perhaps 20 minutes nobody spoke. Eventually Luna said in her small, clear voice, "He'll wake up tomorrow, I think." "How do you know, Luna?" "Because I have decided it." Hermione gave her, very solemnly, a small kiss on the temple. Eventually Dumbledore opened his eyes. "Harry, sir, the gift Mr. Mori gave you." "Yes, sir." "Is it, forgive me, is it with you still?" Harry looked inward. The warmth in his hara pulsed. Beside it, a small, warmer, quieter thing, a little cooler, a little older, rested, tidy as a folded handkerchief, almost embarrassed to be noticed. "Yes, sir." Sir. That is a very rare thing Mr. Mori has done." "Yes, sir." "It means, I think, that you are his, not his heir. That is not the word. His designate, his chosen student, beyond the ordinary sense. It is a thing that is done in his country at his level, once in a teacher's life. It means, if he survives this week, that you are from now on his, and he is yours for life." Harry, looking down at Cain's unmoving face, felt a thing happen in his throat that he did not have the energy to name. "I'll take good care of it, sir." "I know you will, Harry, sir." "Yes, it'll come again." "Yes, Harry, tomorrow, I think." "Sir, I'm not. You will be ready." "Sir, how do you know?" Dumbledore smiled. It was a small, thin, impossibly kind smile. "Because," he said, "Mr. Mori told me at dawn this morning that if today went as today has gone, he would give you the last thing he had before he closed his eyes. Because Mr. Mori told me that in 8 years of traveling and teaching he has never, until you, met a boy with a haul inside him. Because the old men of his country wrote a letter to me yesterday afternoon by owl which Dobby brought me at supper, asking politely that if their young master died in my country I would see to it that his student was looked after. Do you understand, Harry?" "No, sir." "Well," Dumbledore said after a moment, "we will come to understand it, you and I, slowly. Later. Now, Harry, you should eat. You should sleep. Tomorrow, at dawn, we will go to the grounds, and we will prepare what needs to be prepared. And when she comes again, and she will come again, one more time in a worse shape, we will stand together, with your friends in a ring behind us, and we will do what must be done." "Yes, sir." "And Harry, sir, the hall, your hall, do not tonight try to open it. I am asking as your headmaster, stay out of it, let it prepare itself. Let the lion sleep. Yes, yes, sir. Good, now eat. Ron, Miss Granger, Miss Lovegood, take him to the hall, feed him. I will sit here with Mr. Mori." They ate. He sat between Ron and Luna, Hermione across from him. The great hall was not full. Many students had been sent back to their common rooms to calm themselves. Hufflepuff had, by collective instinct, gathered at their own table and sat in silent company, and a low murmur of shaken children filled the room like a small tide. Harry ate because Ron pushed food at him and Hermione would not stop looking at him until he swallowed. So, Ron said eventually, with the careful air of a man who has thought of 12 ways to start a sentence and rejected 11, tomorrow. Tomorrow. Right. Yeah, plan. Dumbledore has one. Right, plan involves you. Yeah, right, plan involves. He looked at the two girls, us. Behind me, Harry said, in a ring. Right, lovely. Ron, mate, I'm in. Ron, Harry. Ron's voice went very steady. I'm in, and don't say anything stupid. I'm in. Hermione's in. Luna's in. Cyan Bloody Mari is in. Dumbledore is in. Your dead teacher who isn't dead yet gave you his key. You're going into the ring tomorrow whether or not we want you to. So we are going in the ring tomorrow whether or not you want us to. That's the deal. Ron, eat your beef, Harry. I eat your beef. Harry ate his beef. Luna, across the table, looked at him with her patient, moony eyes and said, You know what's at the end of the hall, don't you? Sorry, your hall. I've been thinking about it. I don't see it only in a sideways way, like a reflection in a teapot. At the end of the hall, Harry, what's at the end? A bench, a table, 7 chairs. Number behind the chairs, what's on the wall, behind the judges' heads? What are they looking at when they raise their eyes? Harry, for a second, could not answer. Then, very quietly looking at Luna, he said, I don't know yet. You will. Luna, it will matter tomorrow, Harry, when you open the door. What is behind the bench is what you are opening the room for. Think about it, not hard, softly, before you sleep. She took a small bite of her own beef. I'm going to wear blue tomorrow, I think. Blue is a good court color. Hermione, to nobody in particular, said, I love you, Luna. I know, said Luna. Harry lay awake in the dark a long time that night. He found the horror. He folded Cyan's key in beside his own warmth. He breathed low and slow as he had been taught. He thought about Luna's question. Behind the 7 chairs, behind the bench. What were they? What was the lion looking at? He did not know. He did not want to force it. He breathed. He breathed. He breathed. Somewhere in the space between waking and sleeping, he was in the hall again. He walked the length of the veined floor. He reached the dais. He did not sit. He turned very slowly and looked up at the wall behind the bench, looked up at last at the thing the 7 chairs would face when they filled, and he woke up, panting, sitting up, his hands on the duvet, his eyes wide. On the wall of his court above the bench, high and enormous and absolutely plain, was a single word written in gold in his own handwriting. He knew the word before he thought it. He said it out loud to the dark of his 4-poster, his voice very small. Enough, he said. Enough. Enough. And the warmth in his horror pulsed and pulsed and pulsed in an agreement that was his and his alone, and also, at last, his teacher's. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6 Domain of the Golden Lion. Dawn was gray. The lake was gray, and the grass was gray, and the sky was gray. And the mist that came off the water in slow rolling sheets was gray. And Harry Potter, standing at the top of the lawn between the castle and the forest, felt, with the calm one feels in a dream, that he had never in his life been so awake. Cyan Mari had woken, briefly, at 3 in the morning. Madame Pomfrey had shushed him back down, but not before he had opened his eyes, blue as a tile roof at noon, even exhausted, looked at Harry at his bedside, lifted his hand with considerable effort and tapped Harry's sternum once lightly. Enough, he had said in a voice almost without breath. Say it out loud, Harry. When it comes. The word on the wall, say it out loud. Cyan, good night, Harry. Good night, Cyan. He had slept again. Pomfrey had said tartly, I've seen men look worse and live. Potter, go and fight your battle and come back in one piece or else. Harry had gone. Dawn now on the lawn. Dumbledore stood at his right. McGonagall and Flitwick stood a little further off, wands in hand, in the stance of two very serious small teachers expecting to be useful. Snape, of all people, was at Dumbledore's other side, silent, with his dark eyes narrowed at the middle of the lawn where the frost line had been 2 nights ago. Hagrid, bless him, was down the hill with his enormous crossbow across his back, walking the tree line, looking for anything that did not belong. 3 Aurors had come up from Hogsmeade with the dawn. They stood in a line behind McGonagall and did not speak. Behind Harry, in a close, tight triangle, Hermione, Ron, and Luna stood the ring. They were not today inside Harry's wrap. Harry had opened his hara at dawn and had called them, one by one. Ron had come and stood behind his right shoulder, and the warmth had flowed into Ron and had settled in his small, untrained hara as a borrowed shape. And Ron had said, quietly, "Feels like you, Harry," and had not let go. Hermione had come next and had stood at his left shoulder, and the warmth had settled into her, and she had closed her eyes and said, fiercely and quietly, "I'm ready." Luna had come last and had stood directly behind him, and when the warmth had settled into her she had made no comment at all. She had only put both her hands lightly on his shoulder blades and had stayed there. The 4 of them were, this morning, one shape. The shape had 4 heads and 8 arms and one warm, quiet, steady center, and the center was Harry's hara. And inside the hara, calm, small, patient, exactly where he had put it before sleeping, was the word on the wall, a single gold word written in his own hand behind the 7 chairs of his hall. "Enough. She'll come up the road, I think," Dumbledore said at last conversationally. "She is already closer." "Yes, sir. She will be different today. She spent the night with him. He will have added. He does not know how to work cursed energy himself, not really, but he will have poured other things into her. Do not be surprised, Harry." "Yes, sir." "Harry, sir. The word on the wall of your hall. You saw it last night." "Yes, sir." "Hold it. Do not speak it yet. Hold it until I tell you. I will tell you. You will know. But do not open the door without me. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." "If she is too close, if we have miscalculated, if she is upon you before I am ready, I will say now. You will say the word and you will open the hall. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." "If I do not say now, you wait, and you hit her, and you keep her moving, and you stay alive. We have, Harry, something of a plan." "Yes, sir." "Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, Miss Lovegood." "Sir." "Sir." "Yes, headmaster. Stay close to him. Do not under any circumstance leave the shell of his ring. If he opens the hall, you will, I think, be inside it with him. You will see it. You will understand it. Do not be afraid. It is Harry's. You are his jury. His 7 are not all here yet perhaps, but you 3 are here today, and you are enough." Ron made a small, slightly choked sound behind Harry. Hermione at his left said with determined steadiness, "Yes, sir." Luna behind him squeezed his shoulder blades. "Very well," Dumbledore said. Then he stopped. Up the road to Hogsmeade, walking up the long slope of the lawn out of the mist, a small pink figure came into view. Umbridge, or the thing wearing umbrage. She was, this morning, wrong in a way that was hard at first to name and then simple. Her coat was still pink. Her cardigan was still pink. Her hairband was still pink. Her face was still Umbridge's face, but her shadow on the grass behind her in the dim dawn light, long moving, was not her shadow. It was the wretched pupil's shadow, thin, too tall, the small head crowned with 2 tiny horns Harry had not seen the day before. And her eyes, Harry saw as she came closer, were pink hearts. She was smiling. "Good morning, Albus. Dolors, I have brought a guest. Dolors, I can see that." "Actually," said Umbridge brightly, "he is not quite a guest, he is a coat." "Dolors, I am wearing him, Albus. He is, you might say, not in the room today. He is." She tapped her chest with a gloved finger, pressing on me from inside. "He is also, not incidentally, making me today a great deal larger than I was yesterday. Dolors, shall we?" She clapped her small gloved hands together lightly in front of her chest. Smoke unrolled again, black, neat, tidy, but this time it did not pool on the ground. It rose. It rose around her in a column as tall as the castle, and within the column at its base she grew. Not in size, in presence. The umbrage in the column was the same size umbrage had always been. But the air around her, for 50 feet in every direction, became cold and small and polite and utterly terrifying. Leaves on the ground froze to the grass. Dew on the grass hardened into frost. The castle's morning birdsong carried on the wind stopped. "Harry," Dumbledore said quietly, "Sir, put up the ring, sir. Bigger today, much bigger, include me, include Minerva, include Severus, include all of us." I don't know if I can." "Yes, you can, Harry, with Mr. Morey's gift sitting quiet in you. Yes, you can, try." Harry tried. He reached with the warmth in his hara, and he pushed outward, not in a column, not in a bloom, but in a shell. The shell was thin, and it felt wet, and it felt, at first, too hard to hold, but then Cayenne's key, the little folded handkerchief in him, opened quietly, and the shell stabilized. And Harry felt, with a thrill that was half joy and half terror, the shell catch each person in turn. Ron, Hermione, Luna, then Dumbledore, then McGonagall, then Snape, then Flitwick, then the three Aurors. It did not catch Hagrid down the hill, but Harry was already, without being told, reaching, and the shell stretched and caught Hagrid as well, and the giant half-man stopped on the tree line and looked up in pure surprise. "Oh!" Dumbledore breathed, delighted, beside Harry. "Oh, well done, Harry." "Sir, Astonishing. Sir, is she is about to open." Umbridge, 50 feet away, inside her column of smoke, smiled. "Shall I?" she said sweetly. Shall I? Do it, Dolors." "Are you sure, Albus?" "Do it, we are waiting." Umbridge opened her mouth. From her mouth came not sound but a shape. A geometric shape of air and cold that unfolded from between her teeth and spread, fast, in 3 dimensions all around her. In a moment a translucent dome 50 feet across had opened, centered on Umbridge, and inside the dome the world was not quite the world of Hogwarts anymore. The grass was pinker. The sky was lower. Desks, pink desks, neat rows of them, had appeared on the grass, arranged in military lines, with small gray-faced children seated at each of them, heads down, quills moving in rhythm, writing "I must not tell lies, I must not tell lies, I must not tell lies" on pink parchment with blood. "Oh no," Hermione whispered. "Hermione, oh Harry, easy. Oh Harry, it's her office, it's her whole decree of the Pink Court," said Umbridge brightly at the center of it. "Domain expansion. My sure hit inside the room. Every child I see is guilty. Every spell cast in my room is a lie. Every act of courage a disorder. My range." She swept a gloved hand in a wide circle. "You will see." Her range was, in fact, the whole of the dome. Every person inside it was going to die, unless they had a stronger domain to push back against it, or unless they were outside it when it set. Harry, with a sickening calm, understood all of this without having to be told, in the way one understood things in a dream. He also understood that Dumbledore's shield, whatever it was, had not caught him, or Hermione, or Ron, or Luna, or any of them. "Harry," Dumbledore said, quiet and even. Harry realized then that Dumbledore was, astonishingly, still outside the dome. So were McGonagall and Snape and the others. Dumbledore had, in the last few seconds before the dome opened, stepped back. Harry, with Hermione, Ron, and Luna, stood inside the wall of pink air alone. "Sir." "Harry, listen to me, very fast." "Yes, sir." "Her range is this dome. Her sure hit is every child inside it. You have 2 seconds, perhaps 3. Open your hall." "Sir." "Open it, Harry. Now the word. Say the word. Let it out." "Sir, Ron and Hermione and Luna are inside it, I know. That is why. You will shield them by bringing them in with you. Yours is stronger, Harry. Yours is stronger than hers. I have seen it. I felt it when I touched your energy on the street yesterday. Yours, Harry, sir. Now, Harry, now." Harry closed his eyes. He did not, despite Dumbledore's urgency, rush. Cayenne's voice, low in his ear from 5 days ago, said, "Opening a domain is a commitment. It is the thing you can do the first time only when you can do it twice." He thought, I can do it twice. He thought enough. He opened his eyes. He planted his feet. He put his right palm on his chest over the warmth, and he said, not loud, not a shout, calmly, the way a judge speaks, enough. It was not a word at first. Then it was. The dome of pink desks and small pink children bending over their pink parchment. Her dome, her sure hit, bent. It was pushed inwards from all directions, fast, and Harry, with his eyes open, with his right palm at his chest, with his friend's hands on his back, drew a bigger circle around them all. His circle was not a dome. It was not a room. It was a hall. A long, high hall of pale, veined stone with gold traceries, and above them, as the ceiling came in, was not sky. It was the high raftered ceiling of the hall of his dream, and at the far end, raised on a dais, was the long table with 7 chairs, and in the center of the hall, on its plinth, sat a lion with closed eyes. The lion opened its eyes. Its gold eyes looked not at Harry but at Umbridge. Decree of the Pink Court, she began. No, Harry said. The hall, his hall, clipped her dome. Her pink desks vanished. Her small gray-faced children, never real in the first place, only her reflections of them, went out like blown-out candles. The pink air, the low sky, the polite cold, gone. In their place, for 50 feet around them, was Harry's hall. The pale floor, the raftered ceiling, the long table at the end, the 7 chairs, the lion on the plinth. And on the wall above the 7 chairs, in gold, in Harry's handwriting, the single word, enough. Oh, said Umbridge. She had become smaller. She was standing now in Harry's hall, not her own. Her pink cardigan was the same. Her eyes were still pink hearts, but her wretched pupil shadow had faded because it had no walls to lie on, no sky to press against, no pink room to hold it up. The shadow wavered. It went thin. For a moment it was only Umbridge's ordinary short, plump shadow on the veined stone. She looked at the wall behind the 7 chairs. She read the word. Oh, she said again, very small. Oh, my dear. You don't come here, Harry said. Mr. Potter, you don't come here. You don't come to our castle. You don't come to my friends. You don't come to my teacher. You don't come to Megan Jones. Enough. Harry, enough, dolors. The lion on its plinth rose to all 4 paws. It did not leap. It did not spring. It walked, slow and heavy and patient, down off the plinth, and the sound of its paws on the pale floor was the sound of a court rising, the slow standing of jurors when a judge enters. It walked past Harry. It walked past Ron. It walked past Hermione. It walked past Luna, and Luna impossibly put out a hand as it passed and touched the fur between its ears, and the lion paused briefly and bent its head and went on. It walked up to Umbridge. Umbridge, the human Umbridge, looked down at the lion. The pink hearts in her eyes wavered for the first time, and for a moment 2 ordinary human pupils showed through. Please, she said. The lion sat on its haunches, 2 paces away from her. It did not roar. It looked. It looked at Umbridge with gold judge's eyes, and the looking, Harry felt he knew, weighed her. It weighed her like scales. Her polite ledger book in which she wrote every night, her quill that had cut his hand, her cold compass, her tea, her cardigan, her fear, her greed, her weighing of other people all day, every day for years. The lion weighed it. The lion set it on one side of the balance. On the other side of the balance, the lion put nothing. Mr. Potter, Umbridge whispered. Mr. Potter, you can't. I'm not doing anything, dolors. Then stop it. I can't. The court goes where it goes. It doesn't need me to tell it. The lion's gold eyes did not move. The shadow behind Umbridge, the wretched pupil, its horns, its impossible too tall, too thin body, began to pull itself out of her because it was not in its dome, and this hall was not a place that would hold it. It struggled. It tried to sink her with it. It clung to her cardigan. Its long, cold fingers wrapped around her neck and tried to drag her down into a pool that was not there. But the pool was not there. The cobbles were gone. Only pale veined stone under her, unsinkable, and above her, gold on a wall, Harry's word. Enough. The pupil tore itself free, ragged, screaming in Umbridge's voice, raw and pink and desperate, and stood alone on the stone. The lion, without turning its head, flicked one paw once at the pupil almost lazily as a cat at a moth. The paw did not connect. It did not need to. The pupil, its gray uniform, its too small head, its small pink heart eyes, looked at the paw, looked at the lion, looked at Harry, looked last at the gold word on the wall. Its smile collapsed. "Mr. Potter," it whispered. Harry did not answer. The pupil, slowly, entirely, with a small last ordinary laugh of Umbridge's, came apart in long thin strips like paper in water and was gone. There was no body. There was no ash. There was a small fading patch of cold on the stone, and that was all. Umbridge, the human Umbridge, stood for a moment more alone, small, pink in her cardigan. Her eyes went at last ordinary, two ordinary small watery brown eyes. Harry, looking at her, felt for the first time that morning something he had not expected, a small, thin, ugly pity. "Close your hall, Harry," Dumbledore's voice said at his ear. "Somehow, inside the hall, you have her without it, close." "Sir, close, take us out, she is only a woman now." Harry closed. He did not know how. He only said in his head, "Thank you." The lion paused. It looked once over its shoulder at him, gold eyes the smallest possible bow, and walked unhurried back to its plinth. It sat. It closed its eyes. The long high hall began to fold, the ceiling coming down, the floor rolling back, the 7 chairs at the dais going to mist, the gold word on the wall fading to gold, then pale gold, then white, until what was left was only the gray lawn and the gray sky, and the chestnut tree at the edge of the road, and Umbridge standing on the dewy grass with her eyes ordinary and her mouth open, and the Aurors behind her, and Hermione gripping Harry's left wrist, and Ron's hand on his right shoulder, and Luna's palms still on his shoulder blades, warm as bread. "Harry," Luna said, "yeah, that was a very nice haul. Thanks. I like the lion." "Me too." He fell down after that rather hard. He was caught. He did not hit the grass. Ron was on one side and Hermione was on the other, and they got him down gently onto the cold, damp lawn with his head in Luna's lap, and Luna said, "Oh, Harry, you've gone quite gray." And Hermione said, "It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's—" And Ron was laughing, a slightly mad Weasley laugh, half sob, half joy, and Dumbledore was kneeling beside them with one hand on Harry's chest, saying, "Breathe, my boy, breathe, breathe, there we are, that's the way. Sir, breathe, Harry. Sir, it did it, it worked, Harry, you have done it, breathe, rest." The pupil, gone for today, possibly for good. Umbridge, in Auror hands. She is quite an ordinary dreadful person again, which I think will be in the long run a much kinder fate for her than anything the pupil had in mind. "Cayenne, we will go to him as soon as you can walk, Harry. Pomfrey is coming down the hill. Kingsley is here. Everything," a small exhausted laugh, "everything, Harry, is under control. Breathe." Harry breathed. He was in the hospital wing for most of the afternoon. Cayenne was in the bed next to his. Cayenne by 4 o'clock was sitting up, and by 5 drinking broth, and by 6 smiling. "Harry, Cayenne, I felt you open it. Sorry, I felt you open it, from here. I was in and out of sleep. I felt," Cayenne searched for a second for the word, "I felt the weight of a court, very far away in the direction of the lawn. I thought to myself, there, my good student, standing up. Cayenne, Harry, you're not to do that again." "Do what?" "Give me your last thing, in case you don't wake up." "Harry, promise me." Cayenne laughed. It was a small, amazed laugh with some genuine humor in it. "Harry, promise me." "I will try not to need to, Harry." "That is all I can promise. It is all one ever can." Harry, after a long moment, nodded. "Your key," he said. "I still have it, a bit of it." "I know. It is, a little of it stays always in the student. A thread, the rest you returned when you closed the hall. I can feel it, thank you. It's yours. It's ours now, Harry, if you will have it." Harry looked at him. "Yeah," he said quietly, "I'll have it." Sirius and Remus arrived at nightfall. Dumbledore had sent for them. Sirius came in first, still in his traveling cloak, and Harry, before he could help himself, was on his feet and hugging him hard, and Sirius was laughing into his hair, saying, "All right, Pronkslet, all right, my boy, my good boy, all right, I've got you." "I told you to come home," Sirius said after a moment, a bit wet-eyed. "Yeah, good lad. Yeah." Remus, behind Sirius, patted Harry's shoulder twice with the gravity of a man who had, for 20 years, patted dangerous young men's shoulders. Then he hugged him too briefly and stepped back and said, "I hear you have a hall." "Yeah, I should like one day to see it. One day. And your teacher through there." They went through to Cayenne. Introductions were brief. Lupin, with a careful professional bow, said something to Cayenne in his old schoolboy Latin that made Cayenne smile and reply in English. "Yes, we are both wolves, Mr. Lupin. I hope your pack is well." And Lupin, tired, said, "Better today than yesterday, thank you." Sirius, at Cayenne's bedside, said without preamble, "I owe you my godson's life." "No, Mr. Black, you do not." "I do. You do not. He saved himself. He saved himself in your school. He saved himself," Cayenne said quietly, "in his own." Sirius, for some reason, had to look away for a second. They ate that night as a small, odd family in the hospital wing, in defiance of Madame Pomfrey's every rule, because Dumbledore had said it was all right. Harry sat on the edge of his bed with a bowl of soup, and Ron next to him, and Hermione next to Ron, and Luna next to Hermione, and Cayenne on the next bed over, propped on pillows, with a small bowl of rice, and Pomfrey fussing at him. And Sirius and Lupin and Dumbledore and McGonagall sat in a row of mismatched chairs at the foot of the beds. Snape stood at the doorway with his arms folded. He did not sit down. He did not eat. But he did not leave either, which, Harry knew without being told, was, for Snape, the closest thing to an embrace. Dumbledore, after a while, said, there will be a great deal to discuss. Not tonight. Tonight is for eating. Tomorrow," said Cayenne quietly from his pillows, "I must send word to my country." "Yes," Dumbledore said, "they will send companions for me for the work, I know. They will also be curious about Harry. Yes, I think we might, a very small, pleased-looking smile, we might, Mr. Maury, have a conversation with them together. You and I, that would be good. We will want to keep him. Of course. They will want him from time to come and learn. He will want to. We can, I think, arrange something generous, with Summers." "Yes, headmaster. Good, then that is tomorrow's work." Harry, with his soup halfway to his mouth, said, Do I get a say?" "You will, Harry, at dawn, and many dawns after. Tonight you eat." "Yes, sir." "Also, Harry, sir, I should like to tell you one day very soon, perhaps on a Wednesday next week, a great number of things I have this year kept from you. Not all of them will be pleasant. Some are about you, some are about me, some are about Tom. But I would like to tell you, if you will have me, with Mr. Maury here also, and your friends, and your godfather and Remus all here also, so that I may," he paused, "so that I may not be alone with it. I have kept many things alone, Harry. I am, just at the moment, a little tired of keeping them so." Harry looked at the old man. Dumbledore in the hospital wing light was gray and small and tired and very, very old. "Wednesday's good, sir," Harry said. "Thank you, Harry, sir, yes. Anywhere you want to have it." He smiled, because his face could now smile. "I don't have to be in your office any more, do I?" "No, Harry. Number we can be in your tower if you like. The room of requirement, if you prefer." "I prefer." "Then the room of requirement. Wednesday I shall bring tea." A small wry smile. "I shall not bring biscuits. I find my biscuits are no longer welcome." "Sir, a very old joke, Harry. I am finished with it." Ron quietly said, "I'll bring biscuits." "That would be very kind, Mr. Weasley. Pumpkin pasties. Delightful." "Right." In the months that followed, in the years, though Harry did not know it yet, a number of things changed and a number of things did not. Umbridge was not, in the strictest sense, arrested. She was, instead, removed, taken somewhere, put somewhere. The ministry, for a full fortnight, pretended that no such woman as Dolar's Jane Umbridge had ever existed, and then, when that failed, pretended that she had taken a very long sabbatical to recover from a sudden personal matter. She was never seen at the ministry or at Hogwarts again. She was, Harry would learn years later, alive in an ordinary small house in an ordinary small seaside town in the south of England, drinking tea and knitting, and no longer a sorceress in any sense that mattered. What had been done to the wretched pupil had, it seemed, closed the little door in her through which the power had leaked forever. She did not seem, Harry was told, to be unhappy. The Minister of Magic the following Monday was publicly and intricately humiliated by the Daily Prophet. It was Rita Skeeter's byline. Hermione had, Harry learned in a smug evening conversation afterwards, sent her a very long, polite letter. Kian stayed. He stayed officially as a visiting master in an observational capacity, by arrangement between Hogwarts and the Tokyo Magical Academy, for 3 years. Harry learned in those 3 years what Kian had to teach. He also learned, eventually, from a small, calm woman who came out of Japan in the spring and was introduced to him as Kian's elder sister, Sayuri. He learned from her, over a careful morning of tea, the last of the small kindness techniques that Kian, to his sister's eternal affectionate irritation, had never quite got around to learning himself. Harry's hall over those 3 years filled. The 7 chairs did not remain empty for long. Ron sat in one. Hermione sat in one. Luna sat in one. Sirius, when he died 2 years later and took, in dying, a different kind of seat in a different kind of hall, left his chair in Harry's court bright and ready, and Harry would, ever after, feel his godfather's weight on it when the court was open. Remus sat in one. Kian sat in one. A 7th chair Harry would not be able to fill for a long time, and when at last he did, it was not with a teacher and not with a friend, but with someone smaller and stubborner and more surprising than he had expected. The lion continued to sit on its plinth. The gold word above the bench did not change. Enough. Harry was seen by other people often to stand still in an ordinary corridor for a second longer than he should and take a breath and smile, the way a man smiles who has just remembered something very important that makes him love his life and go on. They did not know what he was doing. He was checking, touching the warmth in his hara, finding his teacher, finding his friends, reading at the top of his hall the one small gold word, making sure it was still enough. It was every time. It always was. At dawn, the day after the battle on the lawn, he and Luna went out onto the grass. Not because anyone had asked them to, because they wanted the air. The frost line was gone. The lawn was, that dawn, only grass. The lake was pewter under a pale sky. Somewhere in the forest a bird called quietly once and another answered, and the castle behind them threw its long morning shadow down across the dew. Luna had brought a small packet of toffees. She offered him one. He took it. "Harry," she said, "yeah, your hall was beautiful. Yeah. I sat in it a little yesterday, behind you, inside it. I wasn't in a chair, I was just beside on the step. Yeah. I liked it very much. I'm glad. I should like one day to bring flowers. Yeah, only a few wildflowers for the lion," Harry laughed. It came out clean. He'd like that. Good. They sat on the grass for a while longer, chewing toffees, not speaking. The wind picked up a little. The lake moved. The sun came over the far hills and put a little gold on the castle and on the grass and on the long scar of frost where, days ago, a name had tried to be written. Harry. Yeah. Enough. Yeah. It's a good word. Yeah. They sat there until breakfast. Then they went in. On Wednesday, at tea time in the room of requirement, the room, without being asked, had made itself a long sitting room. The walls were paneled in dark wood. A fire burned. A long, low table held in no particular order. A teapot, a plate of pumpkin pasties, a bowl of apples, and inexplicably a single jar of pickled onions. Ron had, on the way up, stopped in the kitchens. Dumbledore was in the softest of the armchairs with his feet up on a poof. He had, with what Harry had come to recognize as a characteristic gesture, taken off his half-moon spectacles, and he was polishing them slowly with the hem of his robe. McGonagall sat at his side, knitting. Lupin sat on the rug by the fire, with his knees drawn up. Sirius sat on the floor beside Lupin, half leaning against his leg, the way a boy sits when he has known a friend for 30 years. Cain was in an armchair opposite Dumbledore, wearing an ordinary brown jumper Hermione had lent him and looking, in an understated way, absurd in it. Hermione was on the rug. Ron was sitting cross-legged with a pasty. Luna was on a cushion. Harry had the second softest armchair. "Tea," said Dumbledore mildly. "Please, sir," he poured. He did this slowly, one cup at a time. When everyone had tea, he replaced the teapot. He put his spectacles back on. "Well," he said. "Shall I begin with the worst?" "Yes, sir," said Harry. "It is, as ever, a story about Tom." A very long, very careful pause. "Harry, there is a thing in you which I have known about for 3 years and which I have not told you. I ought to have told you. I was a coward. I believed I was protecting you. I was, at best, only half right. The thing is," he told them. He told them about the piece of Voldemort's soul in Harry's scar. He told them quietly, plainly, without ornament, in the low voice of an old man confessing. He told them that he did not believe this was, any more, reason for despair, that he believed, in fact, that it had not been for 2 years, that there were ways now, to be sure, that Harry would not have to die for the thing in him to die. He told them about the prophecy. He told them about the Horcruxes. He told them at the end, when Sirius was gripping Lupin's sleeve so hard the fabric was white in his fist, about the ring he had taken over the summer off his own dead brother's hand, and about the stone in the ring, and about the curse on the stone, and about what it had done to him. He rolled up his left sleeve. His hand was black, dead. The blackness had crept a little way up his forearm. It was, he said, slowing. He did not think it would take him this year. He did not, to be truthful, know how much longer it would take him. McGonagall, quietly, without looking up from her knitting, said, "Albus," in a voice that was not a question. "Yes, Minerva, you ridiculous old man. Yes, Minerva. You absolute appalling blasted cantankerous. Yes, Minerva. If you die on me this year, yes, Minerva." She did not finish the sentence. She went on knitting, and her stitches were, if anything, a little faster than before. Cain very softly said, "Headmaster, may I look? Mr. Maury, may I look? I may be able to slow, not cure, but slow, long enough." "Long enough for what, Mr. Maury?" "Long enough," Cain said, "for your boy to finish." Dumbledore, after a long moment, said, "Yes, Mr. Maury, thank you, yes." They did not leave the room until late that night. What they did, what they talked about, what they made plans for, Harry would remember afterwards in fragments only. A map of Britain on the wall, drawn in chalk with X's on it and small names. A list in Hermione's handwriting of 7 objects. A second list in Ron's scrawl of 7 people. A third list in Luna's looping script in the margin of the first, "Things we will do when it's over." On her list was, "Teach the lion to like daisies." Harry went to bed that night in the dormitory with Ron snoring beside him, with Dean and Seamus and Neville asleep around them, with the world larger than it had been that morning, and also, at the same time, smaller. Larger because of how much there was to do. Smaller because now the people who would do it were sitting in 7 chairs in a hall behind his sternum, and the hall was today, at last, he felt it was, not a training ground. It was a home. Long later in Japan, on a clear spring morning when Harry was 19 and tired and healed, he would stand with Cain on a narrow stone bridge over a slow green river, and Cain would say, "Say it for me." "Enough." "Yes, enough." And Cain would nod, and they would watch the water for a while, and a breeze would go by, and Cain would say, "Good student," and Harry would laugh. And for that morning, in the only way that mattered, everything that had begun in a corridor on the 4th floor of a castle in Scotland, in the rainy autumn of his 5th year, would, finally, at last, be over. On the evening of the battle at Hogsmeade, back in that autumn, something else had happened that Harry did not, at the time, know about. In a small, dim room in a run-down house in Little Hangleton, Lord Voldemort, unsleeping, as he often was, an outline in a chair in the dark, had received, through the thin pulled string on Umbridge's wrist before it was cut, a taste, a flavor, a sense of what had taken her, what had spat her back, what small, enormous, clean light had stood on the lawn above Hogsmeade and looked at the wretched pupil with the gold eyes of a stone lion, and had said, without needing a wand or a spell or even a raised voice, enough. Voldemort had sat very still in his chair for a long time. Then he had quietly to the figure in the doorway, a sallow servant, a young man with tidy hair and tidier manners, said, "Rookwood, my lord, the Japanese item. Yes, my lord, acquire more. Yes, my lord, find me Rookwood a person in our country who can teach me this new thing. Yes, my lord, use any amount of gold. Yes, my lord. If there is no such person, Rookwood, go to the country they come from, bring me one, living preferably. Yes, my lord." And Rookwood, "Yes, my lord, the Potter boy, my lord, is not to be touched. My lord, not yet, Rookwood, not yet. He has something I must understand before I end him. Do not send anyone, do you understand? Yes, my lord. Good." The young man with the tidy hair withdrew. The figure in the chair sat for a long time more in the dark, and if you had been very close enough to see by the small green light of the fire, you would have seen something on Voldemort's face that had not been there an hour earlier. It was not quite a smile. It was certainly not a frown. It was attention. The close, interested attention of a man who had just discovered that the game he thought he had understood for 60 years had a rule in it he had not known about, and who was, very slowly, working out what the rule might be, and how he, in his turn, might break it. But that was for later. That was for next year, and the year after, and the year after that. That was for the long road. For now, tonight, in the hospital wing in the lamplight with friends, Harry Potter sat on the edge of a bed, with a bowl of soup in his hand, and listened to his teacher tell a long, dry, funny story about a morning in Kyoto 30 years ago, and watched his oldest friend Ron eat 4 pumpkin pasties without pausing, and watched Hermione put her head briefly on Luna's shoulder, and felt in his horror the quiet, steady presence of a room he now knew how to open, and in his room, on its plinth, a lion asleep with one gold eye half lifted and watchful. "Harry," said Luna after a while. "Yeah, will you be all right?" He thought about it. He did not answer right away. The soup was hot, the lamplight was warm, his teacher was alive, his friends were here. The warmth in his horror pulsed once sleepy content. "Yeah, Luna," he said eventually. "I think so, yeah." "Good." She rested her head against his shoulder. He let it stay. Outside, above the castle, the first real stars of the evening came out one by one over the black outline of the forbidden forest. The lake caught them. The towers caught them. The grounds, clean now, quiet now, only grass and stone and shadow, caught them. And somewhere far to the south, in a small, dim room, an old enemy was beginning to plan his next move. And somewhere far to the east, in a small gray town, a thing with hearts for eyes had disappeared into a kettle-ordinary life and would not be heard from again. And in between, at a table in a hospital wing in the Highlands of Scotland, a boy and his teacher and his friends and his headmaster ate soup together, and laughed, and for an hour were safe. It was, for that hour, enough. Later, when the lamps in the hospital wing had been turned down and Madame Pomfrey had, with the firmness of a woman who was happy for her patients to live but not to linger, ushered most of the visitors out, Harry lay in the narrow bed next to Kyan's and listened to the steady, easy breathing of his teacher. Hermione had kissed him on the forehead at the door. Ron had clapped him on the shoulder. Luna had said quietly, "Dream the lion nice dreams," and gone. Sirius had lingered longest of all, standing at the foot of the bed with his hands in his pockets, smiling in a tired way that did not need words, and had eventually leaned down and said only, "You absolute marvel. Good night, Harry," before following the others out. Harry closed his eyes. He found the horror. He found the hall. He walked in the twilight of almost sleep the full length of the pale veined floor. He paused in front of the bench. He looked up at last without fear at the single gold word written above the 7 chairs in his own hand. He did not speak it aloud. He did not need to tonight. The lion on its plinth breathed in and out, slow and heavy. The scales above the bench held their level patient equilibrium. The 7 chairs waited. Harry smiled, very small in the dark. Then he slept. Chapter 6 End.